Guys, welcome back to Digimon World Next Order. I'm here with the Twitch and YouTube chat. They're particularly restless today. We're diving back in to Digimon World. This is episode 6. Our two brand new Generation 3 rookies have just been born, guys, and check them out. We have in all of their glory. The rivalry has begun. Generation 3, we are into 30 hours of Next Order. I think that's our playtime. Let's just double check that. 36 hours we're in. We have made insane progress over the last couple of days, and we're planning to make insane progress again today. Today is going to be an absolute wild time of it, and it's going to be a very good educational stream if anybody is interested in how to train your Digimon properly. We have done our guides over the years where we train Digimon up from scratch, give them elite stats, and go on to conquer the entirety of this game. Whether you're on normal mode, easy mode, whatever mode, it doesn't really matter. We are going to be doing a bit of that today. So, at the end of the last episode, our two megas passed away, and we managed to get both of our baby eggs up to rookie form. What is excellent about these two is that the rookies have both digivolved at the exact same time. So they went from in-training 1 into in-training 2, and then we put them to sleep, they both woke up, and now we have two rookies digivolved at the exact same time. Thanks to the Twitch and YouTube chat yesterday, we have two names for these guys. On one hand, Vmon is Twitch, and Biomon is YouTube. YouTube was born first, so Bmon is slightly older, and Twitch came after. Our inventory is packed up and ready to go. We've prepared ourselves very well. We've got 50 recoveries, some medium recoveries, and the same thing goes for the rest of our inventory here. We've got some MP discs as well. So my plan today is to take these fellows out into the world. We're going to immediately get on the training ASAP, and I'm going to show you exactly how that works. Now, normally when I go to train, you could obviously follow our guides that we often do, but I'm going to take you guys out on patrol from the beginning and show you guys exactly how to do it. You know, we're going to be using the guides as a template, but we're not going to fully rely on the guides because I don't really need to at this point. I'm just going to wing it, and that's something that you guys need to be careful of. When we are training up Digimon from scratch using our Next Order guides, there's a couple of things that you guys need to know and a couple of things that you guys need to get correct. First of all, when you're training your Digimon, if you fight against Digimon that are a higher level than you, you will get an XP bonus. What I mean is, if you are rookie mode and you fight against champions, you will get extra XP. If you're champions and you fight against champions, you'll get a little bit less. You can see here these Goblimon are giving us nothing, but we should maybe get our morning bonus here. Perfect. We don't know what these Digimon are going to digivolve into. That's probably the second quick point to discuss today. People will ask me, Jack, which Digimon are you going to aim for? Until we get to champion level, I'm not going to be predicting or controlling what these guys turn into. I might lop off in the Digivolution Dojo some Digivolution options that we do not want. I might avoid Digimon that we've already had, for example. I might go ahead and divert our Digimon in the direction of particularly good mons, but it's not a big deal. I won't actually decide which Ultimates and Megas I'm going to go for until we get to that stage. So right now, for the time being, these guys are in complete free flow. We might end up with really good Digimon, we might end up with really average Digimon, but for the most part, they're going to be powerful either way, and we're going to get shit done regardless, so that's exciting. What you can see me doing here is bouncing between a couple of early Gotsumon fights. We've fought these guys a couple of times in the playthrough so far, but because our stats are so high now, I'm just showing you guys what to do in this scenario. Because obviously, the stats we get from these guys are going to be next to nothing, and I just wanted to show you guys that and exemplify what we do when that occurs. Because obviously, people ask me all the time, Jack, I'm training against some of these spots and I'm not getting enough stats, or hey, I'm taking too much damage, where do I go next, what do I do? I'm not getting HP at this spot, even though in your video you're getting HP, what's the problem? And the reality, guys, is what you want to do is you want to train at each of these spots in order as best you can, and keep training there until your stats basically dwindle off, kind of like this. You can see that here we don't really get a lot of stats. We're getting some stuff, but not enough to really demand for us to stay here. So we're just going to take what we can, and we're going to head out. These guys are boring, we're going to move on really quickly. The crucial part to this training as well as trying to be flexible and open-minded, remember that the training spot guides are a template. They don't work perfectly for every single player and every single Digimon. We've got some people following the training spots who are going into their first generation day one, they've never played the game before, and then some people are using the training spots who are veterans and know exactly what they're doing. So bearing in mind that there will be a little bit of mixed results, but it's all about learning the flow and learning to adapt on the fly. So if you do exactly what I'm doing, you'll be able to figure it out in no time. Here's a level 8 Goblimon. This guy should give us some better stats. And what we're going to do is train here until he stops giving us stats. And as soon as he doesn't, we're going to move on. The crucial thing to remember, or another important thing to note, is that we're not going to be wasting any time at all in between these training fights. So as we've discussed a million times before, when the training begins, the clock stops, and that means that when we're in the fight, we can take as much time as we want. We can take sips of coffee, we can go for a walk. Well, we can't go for a walk, but you know what I mean. I can talk to the Twitch chat, I can take my focus off a little bit, I can relax. But realistically, in between the fights, when we're on the overworld, we're going to be heading to the next combat immediately, or we're going to be thinking about where we're going to be going in a pause menu. So that's very, very important. You can see even these guys not really paying us that much. Goblimon is giving us strength, which is cool, but other than that, not really anything else. So what we're going to do here is we're going to move on from this area. Let's try Gabumon. See if Gabumon can teach us any extra stats. I've got a plan in mind of where to go next. Obviously, on my guides, the old ones and the new ones, one of the things I recommend after these guys is to fight the Numemon that appear here at nighttime. But obviously, waiting for nighttime is the second half of the day. You might not be bothered for that, right? If you train your Digimon efficiently with saving as much time as possible, it means that when they are older, they're going to have a lot more days left to survive and actually get stuff done. And it's all to do with how efficient you are just now. Sometimes people will be following the guides and they'll say, Jack, I've Digivolved too early. What do I do now? I was only on training spot 5, and my Digimon have just Digivolved to champions. What have I done wrong? And the reality is, you might have done nothing wrong. You might have been playing pretty well, but it's all to do with efficiency and min-maxing. You'll notice that as soon as these guys Digivolve, when I talk to you guys, I'm in the menu. When I'm, you know, before they're born into rookies, I've already went to the store. I've made sure that we are super prepared, right? I've stacked my inventory up with bandages, medicine. We've got autopilots. We've got, you know, in order to save bathroom trips, we have portable toilets. It's pretty try-hard, guys. And you don't have to play it military-esque like this. You don't have to be airtight, but it helps. Every second you can save now will benefit you later. So I'm going to show you guys this in one take, straight off the rip. And the cool thing is we're going to enjoy ourselves while we do it. See here, what you could do now with these two, right? I fought against Goblimon in the plains. I fought against Goblimon in the other area that we've just came from. And now we're in the cableway or whatever, the power plant. We've been to the power plant, we're now in the cableway. We fought all of these enemies that are available. And none of them are giving us particularly good stats. So I'm thinking to myself, who's available next? Well, I can fight Numemon in here at nighttime. Those guys are pretty good, but look, it's only 11:50 on the clock. We don't want to burn 5 hours waiting on Numemon to spawn. So my plan is, right, where do we go next? And the easy choice is Garurumon, Garurumon Black. Now, Garurumon Black is all the way in the server desert, right? And it's like, right, do we want to walk to Garurumon Black? Well, we could, but then that's going to waste precious time. And you'll notice that, again, because we've been grinding and saving, we have a little bit of cash reserve. So what am I going to do here? I'm not going to walk to Garurumon. That's what the peasants would do. That's what we would do on day 1, right, of the playthrough, when we had no money. We couldn't afford Birdmon. I would walk, but now we don't have to. So I'm going to autopilot. And then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to talk to Birdmon. Again, you guys could argue, well, Jack, why didn't you just do this in the first place? Why did you go through 9 planes if you think you're so, you know, if you think you're hot shit, Jack? That's because I'm trying to show you guys what you would do. This is how you trial and error this game. This is what you guys hopefully can do when you play later. Again, I'm not telling you what to do. You guys are amazing. You can do whatever you fucking want. But I'm just saying this is how I would go about it. So let's go ahead and hit up the server desert. We're going to go Hinterland. It's going to cost us 1,500 bucks. But because we're doing so much training, we're going to get this money back ASAP anyway. And we've prepped for this. So immediately, what I'm going to do is, actually we did go, oh, I've just made a mistake. There you go. There's an example. I've actually went to the wrong place. We're going to autopilot back again. Don't waste money, okay? Don't waste money like a chump. Here's me talking about why I know what I'm talking about, and then I make a mistake. That's your fault, chat. Okay, what I'm going to do is go to Logic Volcano for 2,400. See that? Guys, we're just tipping. Imagine, like, tipping your Uber driver. That's giving Birdmon some extra exercise, okay? We've got Birdmon's thoughts in our mind and our best interest. I'm not reading the chat right now. I'm not looking. Guys, stop it. We're going to go to Logic Volcano. And we're going to go here into Garurumon, into the server desert hallowed hall. Right now, I'm not really bothered about feeding these guys. If you wanted to... feeding these guys, we're going to feed them. I mean, like, feed them, like, perfect nutrition. I'm not going to cook. I'm not going to go to the restaurant in town. You definitely could do that if you were trying to go bananas. We're not really at the stage where we want to be using the restaurant 24/7. I'm just going to go ahead and give them regular meat to begin with. We're going to give one each. That's going to be completely full for Biyomon and completely full for Vmon on the second eat here. That's going to cover that. We get some extra bonus and happiness. Keep us raring and going. Later on, what you can do is make, if you want to go super try hard, you can find out which food, guys. You can find the food in the camping area of the tent. You can find out which food reduces fatigue, and that's actually a very good thing to keep an eye on. But again, we'll just do this in stages. We'll learn gently, okay? I'm not going to throw the whole kitchen sink at you guys straight away, because then you'll start exploding. You'll be like, Jack, do you need to do all of this? The answer is no. It's just little steps that you can slowly add into your routine to make things better as you go. We are definitely going to be using the tent to our advantage as well when training, because if I can sleep in the tent, it means I don't have to go home to Jijimon, right? I don't know why I made Jijimon sound like my wife there, but you know what I mean. We don't have to go home to Jijimon all the time, which is obviously beneficial. So we're going to get max value on our tent. If you guys didn't see it yesterday, we upgraded the tent from level 1 to level 2. So that means that the tent can be used more often, and it'll collapse less often. You'll notice against Garurumon here, I'm still kind of hyper-focused. I'm not fully able to speak fluently because I'm still trying to concentrate. I've still got a lot of my brain power focused on this fight, and that's because the first couple of fights against Garurumon are going to be very, very tricky. They're going to be very tricky. And if you think to yourself, Jack, it's taking you like 2 minutes to fight this guy. Are we really going to fight him 20 times? First of all, you don't have to do anything. The second thing to remember is that it's a linear graph that goes upwards, guys. You reduce the amount of time every time you fight him because you're getting stronger with every fight. If you don't believe me, I'll show you right now. I'm going to try and get Vmon back up to his limit break. We're always going to guard that spin attack. If that hits you, it will do colossal damage. So the best plan is to just not get hit by it. I know that sounds like a meme, but if you can avoid it, then GG. This first fight against Garurumon will be slow. It's going to take us like a minute or two. The next fight is going to take us like a minute or two. And then over time, we will slowly get more and more powerful. And it's thanks to the crazy stats that we get. And that is us, guys. That is us. We're on the road. Obviously, I'm going to come back to my Twitch chat and my YouTube chat in a minute. And I'm going to welcome you guys and say hi. But for the time being, this is what we're going to be doing for the beginning of today, guys. We're going to use these Digimon to the best of their ability. And we're going to make sure that they get to Giga Chad status ASAP. Because once we get to Giga Chad status, then the world becomes our oyster and we can do whatever we want. It's like a kind of work hard, play hard scenario. Here what I'm going to do is I'm going to double defend. I don't think Biyomon gets hit by this spin attack, but what my Digimon might do here is run into the attack, which is very possible. So we're just going to double revive, double recovery while we're double defending here. Thank you so much for the support today, guys. I do appreciate it. Sorry for putting a dampener on the fun earlier, but it's the only way we get going these days, man. There's so much chaos. Anything with drinks will reduce fatigue and it'll fill your Digimon very little, yeah. Same as always, as soon as we fight Garurumon, the fastest way to reset the Garurumon is to go over here and come back in. I know a lot of you guys have been prepared for this training day. I know that a lot of you guys get excited for the training days because it's normally going to be a long one and we're going to go all out kind of thing for it, which is quite exciting. I'm going to be going full tryhard, full plus ultra. I'm going to try and not take the Burgemon transport to the wrong taxi spots if I can help it. That was just a one-off, hopefully. Luckily, we've got the funds to bankroll mistakes, but mistakes are okay. And like I keep saying in this playthrough, it's good to show off the mistakes because it gives you an actual sense of what this game is actually about. But yeah, there's going to be a long day of training today. I'm going to try and move on to different spots as often as I can. I'm going to try and give you guys a wide variety of places. And when I edit this down, I'm going to try and show as much of the training as possible without like completely boring you guys to death. So hopefully on YouTube today, my plan is to give you guys a nice balance. I want you guys to be able to see exactly how we're training. I want you guys to see exactly where we're going from point to point. But I also don't want to give you guys 20 Garurumon fights that's going to take like 2 hours, right? Of like real-time viewing, I mean. Not even in-game, I mean like you guys watching the screen. If you guys are grinding alongside me and would like to see more extended training sessions with like the full-on scenario, there's 2 things you guys can do. First of all, you can give me feedback in the comments about that if you like. You can tell me, you know, if there's a huge majority of people who would love to see all of the training from start to finish, I will cater to that, but it has to be like, it has to make sense, right? It has to be like a majority rule. Or at least close to, the closest thing we can get to a majority. Otherwise, I'm just giving you guys content you don't want to see, right? So definitely leave me feedback on what you think about that. Secondly, you can always go over to the Twitch VODs, guys, if you're in the short term. If this is in the week or two, the last month or so, when these episodes have been coming out, you should still be able to go back and watch the VODs if you're on catch-up on Twitch. It's entirely up to you guys if you do that. If you don't have a sub to the channel, you will be able to watch the VODs, but there will be a lot of ads, and I always try and warn you guys about that, because the ads are quite toxic at times, and there's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. It sucks. I don't like this Garurumon spot to train. Don't use them, says VC. That's fine, guys. There's so many options in this game, right? There's so many available areas for you to go and practice in and train in, and the reality is that if you don't like a certain spot for whatever reason, maybe you think it's annoying to get to, or maybe your Digimon gets sick in the desert and you can't stay here, maybe you just don't like this Digimon and you can't be bothered with his attacks. It could be anything, right? The beauty is about this game is you can go wherever makes sense to you. If you can find a better spot than me, if you can find a better spot than this Garurumon early game, then use it, you know? Tell me about it. Talk about it. We can share some secrets, right? I'm just showing you guys like my standard template because it's what I know and it's very consistent. And assuming that you can block some of his big attacks, this guy's actually just fine. You can see that we're not getting HP from this guy, but that's absolutely fine. That's because in the last generation we trained HP quite a lot, quite substantially. So as a result, these guys are a little bit, they're already a little bit buff in the HP department. This is a spin. You can tell it's a spin because he's tensing his muscles. There you go. I'm going to push X right after. We almost have a double limit break, but not quite. I should be able to get it off here. Immediately cancelled and used. Gen 2 looking good. Victory Stars, hello. Victory Stars, this is Gen 3 actually. Gen 2 was our last gen. Oh, that is right, guys, right? Yeah, we had Gen 1, then Gen 2. This is Gen 3. But they are brand new Victory. This is their first day. This is day 1 of the new generation. So, yeah. I'll show you a little trick here, guys, now that we're getting into midday. What you can actually do here is you can camp in the desert. This is a trick you can do if you want to get real crazy with it. What I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to rest an hour. It's going to lose it. You're going to lose an hour of training, which could be actually like 5 to 10 battles, depending on how fast you are. But at the same time, it does actually lower your fatigue, and it's also going to respawn Garurumon right in its spot, which is really handy. Now, normally what I'd do is take these guys to the bathroom. I guess we can actually get away with that. Let's do it. You can respawn Garurumon immediately without having to walk out the loading screen, so that can actually save you a bit of time as well. Again, it's a bit try-hard, but the more you know. These little tips can be handy. We'll see. For final, always the Blackware Garurumon, says VC Santos. So VC, you were talking about fighting against the Psychmon in the desert, is that right? That's where I'm going to go after this guy. I'm going to fight this guy to a point, and then we'll go fight the Psychmon. Right, let's take these guys to the bathroom ASAP. We could use some of our toilets, but this is kind of cool because it gives us an opportunity to visit the vending machine. Let's head along over here. We're going to use this bathroom here. Appreciate it. I use stones to go ultra. You could also do that if you have access to those items. Do those items exist? So vending machine. You guys are saying that the hot water is useful. Unfortunately, I can only buy one of these at a time. How many can I buy? 3. I think that's 6, 7, 8. I'm clearing out the vending machine. I hope nobody in Logic Volcano is thirsty because I've just dominated all of their drinks machine. That's 10, right? 10 hot waters. I don't know if that's going to be good or not. We'll put it to the test. You guys are saying that cooking the hot water is available? That sounds absolutely mad, but if it does actually reduce fatigue, which does the description tell me that? A warm drink sold on volcanoes. Apparently you can use that in cooking to reduce fatigue, guys. So maybe that's something we can put in a play today. Maybe we can add a new trick to a new string in our bow, as they say. Chris Ralph asks, what's the easiest way to get tamer levels? Chris, you will naturally get tamer levels by just playing the game, mate. So I know you guys are maybe I know what you mean, Chris. Like, you want to specifically farm it, right? You get tamer XP by fighting battles, by harvesting resource points, and by running around. And also, I think recruiting Digimon, maybe. If you gym train, you also get some tamer XP as well. The fastest way, in my opinion, to get tamer XP and to kind of go crazy with your tamer points is just to fight battles like what I'm doing now. You'll see in a minute, every single time we fight this Garurumon and beat him, we get a chunk of tamer XP. By the end of this training cycle, when these guys are mega, we are going to be so high level tamer XP wise Like, our tamer level is going to be so crazy that we're almost, like, broken. We're almost, like, too powerful. The, tamer, you'll just naturally get it the more you play, mate. And if you do kind of what I'm doing now, you'll be inundated with tamer points before you know it. You'll be so rich, you'll not even have to worry about it. You won't have to farm it. But that's obviously... You kind of have to take my word for that, Chris. You don't have to believe me, but you'll see it if you practice. Hopefully that helps, mate. And a warm welcome. Right, look, this is what I'm talking about. We get 15 Tamer XP for this one fight alone, right? Which at a glance doesn't seem that much. But if we do like this fight 10 times, it adds up. Especially when we go into the next training spot and do it the same again and then the same again. Our Tamer XP is going to get crazy. You'll notice straight away that we're already starting to trail off in terms of stats here with young Garuru. We've got 17 points coming through on Wisdom over there for YouTube. Twitch, on the other hand, is still frantically catching up. We got a nice boost here. XVmon, Vijimon, and Gold Vijimon. Yokomon, Pedomon, and Burgemon, all available for Biomon. We have so many options here, guys. I have to... Every single time I play, man, I put Biomon into Phoenixmon. But, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. Every time I play, I put Biomon into Phoenixmon. I start talking about the Phoenix, I start walking towards the lava. What's the word? I'm hallucinating. I'm in a trance walking towards the lava like Burgemon, Phoenixmon, come to me. But yeah, we'll see how it goes, guys. We'll see what these Digimon turn into. We'll head back to the city and maybe we'll have a look. When we get some more information about these guys' Digivolutions, we can maybe actually contemplate and do some planning, but for the time being, we're chill. If there's a kind of trash Digimon coming up in the Digivolution cycle that I really don't care about, I'll maybe consider altering the evolution path a little bit, but I don't want to nudge it too much, and like I said, it doesn't really truly matter. Some Digimon will be cool, you know, cooler than others or whatever, but it really does depend on what you want and how bothered you are about that kind of stuff. I would say that what my Digimon are does kind of bother me, like, I do actually care, so I don't know, we'll see. Mistimed that little order command there when I was trying to defend against this guy, but it doesn't really matter. You still defeat him easily. You can see how easily the fights are getting so quickly, guys, right? I said instead of fighting the guy, I go directly to the Psychmon. A nice one. Well, VC, if that works for you, man, sorry, I am missing... I apologise. I am missing comments in the chat right now. I'm sorry. But if that works out for you, VC, then that's awesome. If you want to go and deal with Psychmon straight away, then just do it, yeah? I'm just trying to give you guys a bit of variety when we train as well. We'll take this fight a few more times, and then we will be moving on. And I think we will be going back to the server desert. The other side of it, anyway. Mr. Pharaoh, how are you doing today? What's up? Okay, going into work. I'll be back. Draco, love you. Right, with Draco going into work and us being back, I think we need to go somewhere new. You can see that we're already starting to taper off. You could stay here if you wanted to. If you wanted to stay a bit longer, you definitely could. We are going to get out of here. So, let's see what we want to do and how do we want to go about this. Our fatigue is still very low, so we don't really have to worry about anything too crazy yet. Why don't we... Again, it's all about saving time, and you don't have to do this, but I would recommend it if you're being super tryhard. We're going to arrive in Floatia, and I'm going to do some quick things. I don't want to waste too much time here. I'm just going to make sure my builder is building. It is. It's on for another 17 minutes. Perfect. We must have done that yesterday before I turned on off the stream. Right, guys, let's go. Where's Wizardmon taking us? Always check this, because he might take us to the desert. Bonnie Resort. Okay, that's kind of cool. I don't need that right now, but I might need it later. Burgemon, you're going to take me back to the Server Desert Hinterland. We actually want to go here this time. We're going to fight ourselves some Jerimon, most likely. Let's see who is here and what's happening. So, we've got some Gaburimon. Oh, Shamamon, excuse me. Let's see how much HP and MP and stuff these guys give us. Okay, we get some decent stats here. Not bad, but not amazing. What I would do here is... Oh my god, double Coriander, hello? Not quite as exciting this as it was at the start of the playthrough when double Coriander was like, oh my god, now I can bankroll for a day. Not so much, not so important. Grab some of this stuff here. Mithril is actually something we need, so this is a really good harvest point if we can get some more of that. Do you stream on Twitch? What is your Twitch name? Ask LKW. Yes, LKW. I'm live right now, homie. My name on Twitch is the exact same as my YouTube name, so it's Mr. Wolfie. The only thing you have to change is the letters of my O and my L to 01. So it's just the exact same. If you actually copy, if you're on a PC, this will be easier than on phone. If you copy and paste my name from YouTube into Twitch, you'll find the stream immediately. We're live on both platforms today. Yes, yes, yes. I think if you go onto my channel, it is actually, there's like a clickable link to Twitch. I used to put it in my descriptions. Yeah, it's right here. So if you guys are looking for my Twitch channel, I've got all my links here. You've got my Twitch, my TikTok, my Twitter, merch, which isn't available at the minute, and also my Instagram, but I don't typically upload to Instagram. The most active platforms are my YouTube, my Twitch, and my TikTok. But if you just want to follow me on Twitter and stuff, you can. If you click that link there, it'll just take you over to Twitch. What's up, guys? You've just been gifted this up. That was fast. Right, Jijimon, level 20. What you got? Let's see how powerful these guys are. Digimon Adventure Beyond. So what is that, guys? Is that it's an anime, right? It's not a movie, is it? It's an anime, and it continues on from the season 1 cast, or like where are we at chronologically? Because I don't have a Scooby. This guy is very strong. And he's making me very angry, which means my Vmon is angry, which means I can't block him properly. You can see already, just at a glance, even though we've only been playing for like what, guys, an hour, we've already gained a substantial amount of points, and that's only going to get easier as we go. Some fights will be hard though. Yes, I am Quiet Turtle. It's really nice to see you. I like your name. We got a very kind comment recently for someone called Herd of Turtles. Anonymous gifted us up to Dry Frankie. What's up? Frankie's one of our long-term regular viewers. An amazing person to gift us up to. Oh, he's in the chat. Frankie, what's up? Frankie, what are you doing in that chat naked? Frankie, what are you doing in that Twitch chat butt naked? Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous. Shoutouts to you, Anonymous. Thank you. No food at home, feed Mrs. Wolfie. Do you know what? I was actually thinking about trying to convince Mrs. Wolfie to buy a Subway, but I think by the time it gets here, it's going to take ages. You know, like a sandwich. Oh, my goodness, a chicken tikka sub with hot sauce. Oh, I can, guys. It'll cost me like 30 quid. No, it's not that bad, but it's shocking. Shocking prices. P.S. Hi, I've been here for 10 seconds. Time to go off about Ghost Game. The first 15-20 episodes were possibly the best series I've ever been in, or I've ever seen, and then it goes nowhere at all. So aggravating. It's a movie where Digimon Adventure ends like the Digimon die and don't come back. Oh, fucking hell, Harris. Spoilers, Jesus. I don't have to watch it now, do I? I don't know, guys. I'm only kidding. I'll probably watch it. Oh, God. So it's like an in-between, is it? It's a little in-betweener. Hey, Keo, what's up? Glad I made it for training day. I'm doing the same thing. Still a little out of sync. Oh, Keo, that's alright, mate. Don't worry about it. Out of sync is totally normal. That's the standard. See, we're taking a little bit of damage here. We're going to make sure we block that. See, when Numemon curls in like that, he's about to shoot a giant poop at you. That hurts when it hits you, guys. It hurts. So just be careful. I'm trying to get most of my small recoveries used, because right now, my small recoveries will be very useful. Late game, they will suck and be useless. So I'm trying to use those on my rookies. Once our HP levels and MP levels start getting crazy out of control, the small recoveries are going to be no use anymore. We're going to have to start upgrading to medium, just to save ourselves a bit of time and pain. But honestly, so far so good. This Jijimon has given us great stats. If we can keep this up, we're cooking with gas here. Can't tell what he's going to do here. Just a little attack. Okay, fine. There's the big attack. Did 300 damage, 400 damage. Not bad, but you can see like that's the results of taking that attack in the face without blocking. Hey, thanks, mystery person. Oh my god, I just tanked it again. Too much reading of Twitch chat, guys. We're getting punished. Vmon has his limit break, but I can't use it. He is now punched to. I'm trying to avoid an injury at all costs. We actually have double limit break, which I think wins us this fight. Nice and patient. I've seen the first 3 Digimon anime, but I fell off with the one where the kid fused with the Digimon, says Afghan. Yeah, you guys have just been talking about it. Digimon Adventure Beyond was just like a short. It's about the journey, not the result. Okay. Alright, guys. I had Subway tuna melt twice last week. I can't think about it anymore. Oh, Han. I've never ordered a tuna melt before, but I do eat tuna in the house regularly. I eat tuna and rice quite often. I never used to like. I mean, you look at tuna and it looks gross, but it's like a good meal for gains, I guess. So I've conditioned myself to like it over time. But I don't think I would ever buy a tuna melt from Subway. I always get the... Well, actually, I try different things from Subway. I normally get... I used to get ham and cheese, which was really boring. I'd get extra stuff on it, but like... I'd get the ham and cheese sub. And then I started getting the... What did I try after that? I got the chicken tikka tandoori one. That was really good. And then I started getting... the meatball marinara one. And then I tried getting the spiced chicken one. Then I got Southwest sauce. Then I did teriyaki. I did chicken teriyaki for a bit. Can't even remember what I got last time. I'm back on the chicken tikka with the hot sauce hype train. I'm actually going to use one medium recovery here. I'm going to break my rule. And I'm going to try and limit break here. Nice. Data Squad intro goes hard too. Always the chicken tikka. I like the marinara meatball. Oh, the meatball one was so filling. Like, I feel like if I was going on a long journey, I would probably pick the meatball one because it just feels like it fills you up. We can't keep talking about this, guys, because I can't get one. So I can't keep... I'm destroying myself right now. We gotta talk about something else. I think that... I genuinely think what I have to eat for my lunch today is tomato soup. I have to go and put tomato soup in the microwave and then drink that from a cup. Which is pretty depressing. Frankie, how are you today? You were with us for a long time yesterday, Frankie. Were you off? Dark Knight 420, what's up? Nice to see you. Pengu, how you doing? What's up? Wolfie and Chat as well. Is there a way to show both YouTube and Twitch chat on your stream while you play? Afghan, there is a way to do that, yes. There's an extension I can use, which I sometimes do, but Twitch has terms and conditions against it, which is really weird. One of my scenes actually does have the combined YouTube chat on screen, which I would like to give you guys, but I'm not allowed to do it. It's really stupid. It's really stupid. There's some people that would maybe argue, like Jack, Twitch have that as a policy, but they won't enforce it on you. And it's one of these things where it's like, yeah, I probably could get away with it and nobody would notice and nobody would care. It's just I don't really, even if there's like a 0.1% chance that I get in trouble for that, I don't really want to run the risk because it's just not worth it. I would love to give you guys the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat on screen, but I just, I'm not allowed to do it. So until Twitch changes that policy, I'm not allowed, I don't think. Unless somebody's got more in the know knowledge about that I can maybe talk to you about it, but I'm pretty sure the last time I heard about this, that was the status quo. Some people put their Twitch chat on their stream sometimes, and I've thought about doing that a bunch. I've done it in the past, I'd probably do it again. It would probably make it easier for you guys to sit and watch like on your phone. Like I know people like to sit on their phone and watch the stream in their bed or on the couch or whatever. I know having the chat on the screen is actually quite helpful for you guys, but it's also quite messy. And if I'm going to be honest, guys, see when I'm uploading to YouTube, I know that some of you fuckers write the most craziest shit in my chat sometimes, which in the Twitch chat I'm like, right, that's fine. But to immortalize some of your guys' crazy opinions sometimes, if I upload this YouTube VOD and it exists on YouTube for the next 20 years, and there's that one crazy bastard always talking about, I don't know, dicks or something, you know, and then suddenly my chat, every stream there's that one guy talking about weird shit, you know. Sometimes it's actually quite nice not having the chat there. It's a blessing and a curse, but I have thought long and hard about this. It's something I consider very often. I said at the start of this playthrough I was actually going to maybe put the chat on, but like, where do I put the Twitch chat on the screen right now? Right? It's like you would assume you'd put it in the top right, and then what happens, like, once I go into the menus and you guys are trying to see my Digivolution stats, or there's Next Order just uses a lot of the screen, so I don't know where I would put the chat, like maybe here? But then as soon as I come out the fight, it's going to be convoluted, you know? I don't know. Sound like I'm making excuses, but I just get a cold cut every time. What is a cold cut, Jesse? I don't know what that is. I never used to get my Subway heated either. Like, I used to get ham and cheese with, like, lettuce, tomatoes, red onions. And I know this is a bit weird, but I used to go through a stint. I went through a stint of getting, like, ham and cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, red onions, and I used to get barbecue sauce on it. Is that weird? That is a bit weird. And I used to get it cold. And it was so funny, because every time I went out, the person making the sandwich, they wouldn't comment on the sandwich because honestly they were just kind of like zoned out making it. But they would often ask me, do you want it toasted? Or sometimes they would just not even ask me, they would put it straight in the toaster. And I'd be like, no, I don't need it toasted. You know, it's ham and cheese. Like, I don't need that to be hot. Sometimes I used to get dirty looks. Now it's really easy if I just say, hey, can I get the tandoori? And they just automatically do all the stuff. It makes things a lot easier. Wes, welcome. What's up, man? Is Jack going to ignore me? No, Ronan, never. It's nice to see you. Ronan, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just I'm talking about 4 topics while reading 14 million chats at the same time, okay? Season 4 is the best opening, at least the English one. Ronan, it's lovely to see you. Welcome. I'm not ignoring anyone. If I miss your comments, it's just because there's fucking lots of you typing lots of things. And I've only got one mouth, I'm afraid. I do love yous, though. You know this. Directly in the middle, we are the captain now. I usually only like the chat on the screen when the game isn't taking up the whole screen. Yeah, I mean, like, if I had the Twitch chat here, it's going to make some things hard to see, right? And then see if I come out of this fight and then I want to look at, like, the tamer skills or something. There's, like... I don't know, this game just uses a lot of the screen. There's not really areas where it's, like, permanently empty. Some games do allow for that, but then in other games, not so much. I guess the right-hand side's probably my best bet. I think that top right corner might be the best place for the chat, but then that's where the minimap is. So you'd have to move that out of the way, you know, shit like that. I'm not really ready to fight Garurumon yet. I think we leave. Also, remember yesterday, guys, we banged into Stingmon and he said, hey, find Mega Kabuterimon. I used to assume this was the Mega Kabuterimon, but he's not. He actually won't talk to you, even if you have the letter for Mega Kabuterimon. So, yeah, if you get confused, he's not the guy, not the droid you're looking for. Let's keep fighting against Jijimon here. We're getting some good points, guys. I'll do one more fight, and then we'll have lunch, I think. Because I need to have food. I'm going to have to go and find some food. Let's go ahead and try our... What happens if I try the hot water on its own? What does that do? Does that reduce fatigue by any chance? It does! It does massively. Hi, Mrs. Wolfie. Alright, this is their favourite. I'm going to come through and see you in like 2 minutes, Mrs. Wolfie. You're the best, Mrs. Wolfie. The chat says hi, Mrs. Wolfie. Mrs. Wolfie says hi, guys. Toasted is elite. What's happening here? What else have I missed? Good afternoon, Jack. Hello, Cactuar. How's it going? I got 3 cheese and barbecue sauce at Subway. I got 3 cheese and barbecue sauce at Subway, and the girl was like, really? No meat? Like, girl, why the fuck are you judging? Victory Stars, you're like, I didn't order any fucking sass with that fucking sandwich. I didn't order any life decisions with that. Yeah, Victory Stars, go off, mate. I used to feel really bad for the Subway worker that I used to visit, guys. So the town where I used to get Subways from is a place close to where I grew up, and it's a bit rough, guys. Okay, it's not exactly what I would call the nicest place in Scotland, right? It's not the worst, and if you drove through it, you'd be like, Jack, what are you talking about? It's just a bit mad, right? It's just a bit mad. And what used to happen is every single time I would go into Subway at lunchtime, there would be one poor worker, one lass, there'd be one girl on behind the desk, right? And what used to happen is all the guys, all the people that lived in the city that had like their food tokens, you know, like if they didn't have jobs and they were on like some sort of benefit or like some sort of like, they would have tokens for going in to get their free sandwich. And this poor girl every day had to put up with all these bums coming in. No, I shouldn't say bums because you don't really know people's, like, you don't know looking at someone what their scenario is, right? So I don't want to sound judgmental myself, but people would turn up and they're like, you know, scruffy, and they would be smelling of vodka, and, you know, they probably have their dog pissing all over things, and they would all just walk in and start a fuss inside Subway at like 1 in the afternoon on a Tuesday, and it would be like, mate. And it was just this one girl all the time who was like low-key trying to deal with all the fucking chavs. And I just felt so sorry for her. I just felt so sorry for her. Good to see Mrs. Wolfie someday. Hope to see Mrs. Wolfie someday. You guys never seen Mrs. Wolfie? Mrs. Wolfie comes on camera sometimes, but not often. She's a bit shy. How many of you guys have seen Mrs. Wolfie on camera before? Lock. Hey, Blue Crew. Speaking of MILFs. Blue Crew, what's up, dude? I ordered the SES and Life Decision. Blue Crew, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. She literally took my sub to the back of the little pop-up shop and said loudly, look, there's no meat here. Wait, Victory Stars, that's so bizarre. What? What, she did like a gladiatorial public display of like shaming. She like carried it round on one hand as if it was like some sort of weird diseased animal. Oh man, you tell the lady, want to see my Blue Crew. Blue Crew, I know that it's early for you. What are you like? Why are you saying that? Every time Mrs. Wolfie comes in and we can only hear Jack's side of the convo, I like to imagine she's playing your playing your lame Digimon game again. Are you? You fucking nerd. Kind of. She kind of is, Frankie, but she also plays her own nerdy things. Mrs. Wolfie's got her own stuff, like her own interests that are like equally weird. So we kind of bounce off each other a little bit. Mrs. Wolfie does play video games, not as much as we do. She's never played a Digimon game before. Casual. But she does play a lot of The Sims. She mods The Sims. She's very good with computers. She's very much in her computer. She's got a beastly computer. She doesn't watch anime anymore, but it was Mrs. Wolfie that kind of got me into anime. Properly. Like, I would watch shows when I was a kid, but then, like, see when I was a teenager and I could watch anime freely, like, on my computer or whatever, then, like, she introduced me to, like, Inuyasha and Kenshin and Bleach and Naruto, Samurai Champloo and all that. So she doesn't watch anime anymore, but she goes through like phases of interests. So when she started watching Arcane, she went through a phase of Arcane, and she was really into Arcane. And she reads a lot of fan fictions and stuff. That's like Mrs. Wolfie's thing. She was so pressed that I wanted a grilled cheese. I know, mate. Victory Stars. That does seem like that lady's in the wrong line of work. I don't know. That doesn't seem super weird. For about 350, Blue Crew, what's happening, man? How are you today? Did you get recognized in public, or at least in your neighborhood? No, Cecil, no. I've never been recognized in Scotland for being Mr. Wolfie. I don't think that's ever going to happen, thankfully. Normally I get recognized for being Ron Weasley or Ed Sheeran, and then I get bullied. But other than that, no, never for Mr. Wolfie. I had a guy DM me once on Twitter and say, "Hey, were you in Aberdeen this week?" And I was like, "Nope." And he was like, and I genuinely wasn't in Aberdeen. I wasn't anywhere near Aberdeen. He was like, "Oh, I was in Aberdeen. I thought I saw you." I'm like, "No, that was not me." No, I've never been recognised from. Guys, we have like a very, 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 very small audience of a very small group of people. I've never ever been recognised. I don't imagine that's going to happen. Let's do this. Hey, I was not here during the first stream, so I'm wondering, what is the plan for this playthrough? Are you aiming to just clear the story, or do you want to do some post-game stuff? Good question, Daidzo. We're going to be probably completing the game to 200% prosperity, that's a given. And then after that, we'll see what happens. We'll probably start the extra scenarios. Whether I upload all that to YouTube or not, I don't know. What's killing me right now, guys, is not... Playing the game on stream with you guys every day is a delight. It's so easy. This is like water off a duck's back to me. Having fun playing the game, chilling, all fine. It's when I end my stream and then I have to edit the VOD down that's killing me at the moment. So if I was to continue doing all the EXE scenarios, there's a chance that we might stream it but not upload it. Or maybe I'll upload the whole thing, I don't know. We will try and do some stuff in the game, like we'll try and get our buildings mostly upgraded. We'll try and get a bunch of tamer skills. We might collect some Digimon cards, but the likelihood of us doing all that stuff to maximum 100% completion is probably quite a slim chance. It depends what games are coming out and what I fancy doing. If I'm still enjoying it and you guys are enjoying the streams, if Next Order is still going strong, we might do some extra stuff. We might do, like, complete all the buildings in the builder. We might do, like, raise, I don't know, 200 Digimon. I can't see that happening, but we might. I'm not ruling it out, okay? I'm just leaving it on the table as an option, but we will definitely try and go for 200% prosperity. The only thing that might stand in the way of 200% prosperity is the Darkdramon quest, but I'm going to try and take steps to maybe get that out of the way if possible. You'll be recognised as Ginger Man one day. Oh, that happens already. That's happened since I was 5 years old, Ronan. Ursa, do you go to a lot of cons? Is that like a thing you do often, or is it... to be honest, guys, there are a couple of conventions that happen in Scotland sometimes, and they're not bad. I've not actually been to... To be fair, I've not been to one in a long time, but the Scotland conventions are normally a bit kind of like... The ones I've been to anyway were a bit sus. But, you know, definitely like down in London or something like that, where the big ones happen. The big major ones. Doesn't even have to be like a Comic-Con or something. It could be like an X, what do they call it when the fighting game is that Evo? You know when they do like the Evo tournaments and stuff, something like that. I shouldn't have done this limit break. This was a mistake. I want ice cream with chocolate topping, Tamer-kun. See, so I would also like one of those. I forgot how to unlock the snow area, Kiba. You have to go through Faulty Ex Machina, which is the machine area. The snow area is on the other side of that. But you have to get Gargimon. You speak to Gargimon, and then he will tell you that Haguramon will lower the bridge, and then you go the long way around. And then you can get across the snow area. In fact, actually, that's not even true. I think it's Rapidmon. Rapidmon, you give him a cell phone, he'll tell you to lower the bridge, then you go to the control room, lower the bridge, and then you can access it. All I hear is Mr. Wolfie hates us and shags mothers. Ace Spades, I don't hate you guys. The other half of the statement I can't comment on. The big Glasgow one is meant to be decent, says Mrs. Wolfie. Mrs. Wolfie, what do you think? Would you go to one of these conventions with me? You should wear a 1970s pimp outfit with Jack on a leash, LMAO. Look through, that's all she ever wears anyway, so she wouldn't even have to get a new wardrobe for that. That's how Mrs. Wolfie normally dresses. Guys, I said I was going to have lunch half an hour ago, and then I sat in the chair and kept talking about conventions. I've got a plan. Hello, hello. This is good, guys. Right. Mrs. Wolfie met me in the kitchen. She did indeed call me a nerd chat. I said, Mrs. Wolfie, love of my life, my moon and stars, the sun that shines out of every cloud. I was like, Mrs. Wolfie, any chance you've got plans for lunch? And so Mrs. Wolfie is now making pasta and chicken for both of us. That's going to take 20 minutes though, and my stomach is literally digesting itself. So, in the meantime, I've got a packet of McCoy's High Sweet Chili Chicken Crisps. Or if you're fancy from the US and Canada, potato chips. I'm gonna eat these guys for a minute. That's gonna keep me busy. It's gonna line my stomach, and then we're gonna keep training, okay? Oh. Wait a minute, are you guys flirting with my chair? I'm sure chat would compensate you handsomely. What did Mrs. Wolfie say? One of us, one of us, one of us. Did he just leave us? Sorry, I'm back. I'm here. Maybe one day if Jack pays me. Guys, now you have to find out what price Mrs. Wolfie wants for the Digimon stream with Mrs. Wolfie. You're gonna have to find out Mrs. Wolfie's price. Also, just because I'm feeling a bit wild today, and because you guys have been incredible, I'm also, despite the fact it's a Tuesday, having a can of Iron Brew at midday on a Tuesday. I know, my life's fucking crazy. I'm a rock star, what can I say? I missed the chance to share Jack's secrets, damn. Wait, what? Alright, Dutch, what is your plan? Blue Crew, I'm glad you asked. Today we're going to train, and then we're going to train, and then after that we're going to do a little bit of training. Our Digimon are going to go Big Poggers OP. Oh, I'm so hungry. Guys, I wish I was better prepared for today's stream, but there's just been so much happening. I've been so busy. Also, buying sandwiches from the co-op these days is like, I'd need to trade in my firstborn child, and he's not even born yet. Jack loves snakes. He really loves when everybody posts snakes pictures in the Discord. Mrs. Wolfie, you fucking treacherous bastard. What the hell? I do not love when people... Guys, don't listen to Mrs. Wolfie. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Mrs. Wolfie barely knows me. We met last week. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Where is our can of Iron Brew? Faye, it's in the fridge. Be careful when you go into the kitchen, Faye, because the fridge is behind the kitchen door. And if Mrs. Wolfie is in the fridge, if you open the kitchen door, you'll hit her with the door. She hates when I do that, so don't do that. Snake stat. Guys, don't you mention snakes. I'm having a good Tuesday. You guys have been phenomenal so far. Don't ruin it. I'm still trying to decide which of my two Digimon is my favourite out of Twitch and YouTube here, okay? I'm still trying to decide. Your Digimon's lives, your namesakes chat are on the line here. I will just say that YouTube, despite being the #1 baby, Biyomon, my eldest, the golden child, despite being the golden child, Biyomon did just demand a snack a minute ago. Biyomon is doing a ton of tanking in this game. All the Digimon keep going for him because he's the weakest, which is a bit ruthless. I think that will change in due course. Biyomon tanking there for her brother. Whoops. Okay, we have a limit break available, but I can't use it right now, unfortunately. Now we can. So, as an uncultured American who just found out Iron Brew can be bought from Amazon, what does it actually taste like? Well, actually, Ronan, it's funny you asked that because the entire marketing campaign of Iron Brew, the entire, like, the recent campaigns for Iron Brew is trying to describe what it tastes like, and that's the thing, it's not got a distinctive taste, it tastes like Iron Brew. So, all the adverts are people saying, what does Iron Brew taste like? And it's all these Scottish people, right? And it's, like, really stereotypically Scottish. They know their market, they know who they're selling to. So all the ads are like, what does Iron Brew taste like? And then there's all these people being like, oh, it tastes fizzy. It tastes lemony. And then when they say that, when the people in the advert say that, all the other people in the advert go like this. Like they do big, like horrendous expressions as if to say, what are you talking about? And then at the end, the joke is that they always settle on the fact that it tastes like ginger. Because it's orange. The brand in the marketing is orange. And the actual liquid itself is orange. So, yeah. I'll show you an advert in a minute. Well, I can't show you it because I'm streaming on YouTube today and it'll probably ban me immediately, but there's an advert where there's like the kid going to the door to take the daughter out to prom. So he goes up to the door and obviously like the daughter comes out in her prom dress, right? And she looks really nice. And he's drinking his Iron Brew. And they're like, oh, Iron Brew, what does that taste like? And the daughter in the prom dress is like, oh, it tastes fizzy or something, right? And the kid's like, standing with his can of Iron Brew, and he's like, what? And then the mum comes out behind the daughter, and she's like, oh, it tastes lemony, right? And she's being all seductive, like he's going to take the mum to the prom. And then he's like, doesn't taste like lemons? Like, what are you talking about? And then right at the end, the granny, the grandmother, the old haggard woman comes down the stairs, you know? And she goes, it tastes like ginger. And then he winks at her and he's like, right, dollface, get your dancing shoes on. So yeah, there's a bit of that. Well, I've been trying to express what Iron Brew tastes like. It's a bit weird. My mum hates it. Everybody else I know loves it. I don't know. I guess it's not for everyone. I'll take a brew. How many of you guys have actually tasted Iron Brew? It's very weird, guys. It's very like if you haven't drunk it a few times before, you probably do think it tastes weird. It's just like it's just so common in Scotland, and I've drunk it my whole life that it's just so normal. Like it's just, you just have, like we all have an acquired taste for it. Everybody drinks it. Not everybody, but you know what I mean. It's very, very popular. You get it everywhere. Get it in restaurants, get it in the shop, get it wherever. In the supermarkets for sure. Like Mrs. Wolfie said, yeah, it's an acquired taste. It's built into our DNA. I actually don't know, other than my mother, I don't know any Scottish people who don't like Iron Brew, but there's probably one or two of my mates that don't like it. You have to have it ice cold, guys, yeah, you know that, right? I don't want none of you guys ordering crates of Iron Brew from Amazon, getting it on your front doorstep in a month's time and then drinking it at room temperature. No, no, no. That's like drinking beer at room temperature. No, no, no. Don't do it. In the fridge, guys. Ice cold, yeah? Ice cold in the fridge. Promise me. Some people say it's close to ginger beer, but I'm not so sure. Not citrus or cola, really. Did you see where a YouTuber travelled to the North Sentinel Island to deliver them Diet Coke? Blue Crew, no, I didn't. I didn't see that. Was that a good video? Mr. Wolfie needs the Iron Brew sponsorship. That would be class, guys. That would be class. Your mum hates it. Yeah, mum, Mrs. Wolfie, you know that. Like, if my mum was on a desert island and she was dying and she needed some sort of hydration, she would drink Iron Brew. But she doesn't choose to drink it, no. Like, when we're all at the dinner table, my mum won't have Iron Brew. Like, ever. Bit of an outrage, really. But what can I do about it? The British Dragon, what's up, dude? Iron Brew, spell Iron Brew. It's just weaker Lucozade. British Dragon, if you spelt it correctly, I'd have more respect for that comment. Iron Brew, look at you. It's Iron Brew, lads, look. Spell IRNBRU. Iron Brew. You were close though. Thanks for trying, British Dragon. What's up, homie? Nice to see you. Never, to be honest, is Messiah main reason I want to visit Scotland at some point. Guys, if you arrive in Scotland, you'll get it in the airport. There'll be a vending machine with Iron Brew at the airport. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's it. If you guys arrive in Glasgow or Edinburgh, I'm going to tell you exactly how it's going to go down, right? You guys have saved up. You've been to the local travel agent. You've looked up pictures of Scotland online. And you see all the castles. And you see these beautiful lochs. And you see mountains and walks and nature trails and all that stuff, right? You're going to arrive into Glasgow. It's going to be 4 in the morning. The rain is going to be hitting the windows horizontally. And outside, everything's going to be grey. There's going to be puddles. Your feet are going to get wet as soon as you walk outside. And you're going to be surrounded by Iron Brew vending machines and billboards trying to sell you whiskey. Yeah. There you go. It's not that bad, though. Exace giving a British Dragon the stare. Exace is a fellow Scotsman. He'll tell you all about the Iron Brew. I didn't know that. Mrs. Wilfie, you definitely knew my mum wasn't a fan of brew. She doesn't hate it, guys. Do you know why? Do you know how I know that my mum is a bit of a superstar? Because she has literally on her message, you know, on her grocery shop that she has done every week for the last 30 years, she has added Iron Brew to the shopping cart every single time, and she's never drunk a single can of it. That's gotta be you gotta pay some sort of homage for that, you know. My mum, for the household, for years has bought countless cans and bottles of Iron Brew for the household, and she's never drunk any of it. There's got to be some form of respect signalled for that, you know? She just puts it in the trolley next to her 2 bottles of red wine, and then she's good to go. Google AI says it tastes like rust. I mean, rust is orangey brown, Pingu, by nature. I wonder if that's where it's coming from. I don't know what rust tastes like. I've never tasted Rush? Like the band. I've never tasted rust as a fluid, guys. I can't... Or a non-fluid as a solid. I don't know what rust tastes like. You guys are going to have to explain that to me. I don't care about the spelling, British Dragon. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. We'll sweep it under the rug and never speak of it again. So, yeah, there was an ad campaign. Iron Brew gets you through. And it was about all these, like, Scottish people in, like, awkward or, like, difficult predicaments that would normally stress you out. So, there's one where there's, like... A guy's in the hospital room, his wife is literally giving birth, and the baby comes out. And the mum looks at the baby, and she's so happy, and the dad's so happy, and then the mum goes, "We're going to call the baby Fanny." And then the dad's like, "Wait, what?" "Yes, we're going to call her Fanny." Where's Garurumon?
It's true. Wolfie's mum always keeps some Iron Brew in the fridge for me too.
Not funny, in the slightest. So... The husband is standing holding his baby, and the mum goes, "We're going to call her Fanny." So then the dad's like, he's thinking about, you know, traditionally Fanny is a colloquial term for a vagina. I don't know if that's the case for everywhere, but I'll explain that perhaps unnecessarily. Anyways, he's now get the full picture if you didn't understand. So the dad's like, back in the 90s and stuff, Fanny used to be a common name for a woman, right? Just to explain everything here. To over-explain the joke. Anyways, so the dad's like, he obviously doesn't want to call his daughter Fanny, so then he takes a swig of Iron Brew, and then he's like, he calms down, he's like, "Yeah, Fanny, I like it, it's unique, it's original." And then the granny pops out from the, like, behind the hospital bed, and she's like, "Granny was a Fanny? And great-granny was a Fanny. This baby's gonna come from a long line of Fannies." And then the dad's like, and then he drinks Iron Brew, and then, you know, he kind of mellows out and chills. So there's that one, that's quite funny. The other ones, there's another famous one. I should just show you guys, honestly, the clips. I don't know how I'll get away with that today on YouTube. There's another one where the son comes home from school. He comes in the door, and he sits down in the living room, and he just kind of looks around. And then his mum and dad are, like, naked in the living room, but, like, hiding behind the curtains and the pillows. He's just walked in on them basically having sex. And he's like... And then he takes a drink of his Iron Brew, and then he calms down, he's like, "Alright, okay, it's not that bad, Mum, Dad, how's it going?" And then, like, the curtain falls down, and the neighbour's standing behind the curtain, and he's naked as well. implying that his mum and dad have been having a threesome with a neighbor, and he's like, you know, he like downs the juice instantly. You guys can Google all these, it's pretty funny. I'm trying to think of other ones, but I can't remember any off the top of my head. But they do well, they do really well, they're quite funny. They always go for that kind of comedic oh my god, how did I end up in a double fight? This isn't good. Thank you for all the donations today, though. I'm gonna have to thank Dumpster for the countless donations he's given us today. Fanny is but in America. Wait, so you guys have fannies in America, is that what you're telling me? The false teeth one, oh yeah, I remember that one, Mrs. Wolfie, that's good. That's kind of like a backwards one, that was like really old. So there's one where like the kid comes in and he sits down in his grandparents' living room and he's about to drink the iron brew. So he opens a can and he goes like this and he's about to drink it, and then the grandpa's like, "Son, could I have a little sip for grandpa?" And the son's like, he's looking at the can, he's looking at his grandpa, and he's looking at the can, he's like, alright. He kind of shrugs it off and he's like, what's the worst that could happen? So he hands the can of iron brew to his grandfather, and his grandfather kind of like cracks his knuckles, takes out his false teeth, puts them down, and at this point, the camera's panning between the grandpa and the kid, and the kid's suddenly like horrified. He's like, and then the grandpa goes to the grandpa and he goes, and he like slurps it down very like loudly and vocally, and it's like, and then he kind of finishes and he goes, "Lovely, there you go, son," and he goes to hand the iron brew can back to the grandchild, and at that point the grandchild's like, "No, it's fine, grandpa, you can keep it," and then he leaves the room, and then the grandpa puts his teeth back in and drinks it normally so he can keep the juice. That's quite good. That was quite a good one. Nice call, Mrs. Wolfie. I forgot about that one. That's a classic. There's another one, guys, where it's all the kids, all the boys, they come in from playing football outside and they sit down at the dinner table. They've obviously just been kicking the ball around. They come in, they sit down, and then the mum turns round, and the mum's boobs are massive, right? Just like mum's dressed up in her regular kind of housewife attire, but her boobs are huge, and then all of the other kids that are not, the mum of the kids who are not part of the family are sitting at the table like. And then what happens is she starts talking about it. She's like, "Boys, what do you think about my new push-up bra?" Right? And then obviously all the kids are nodding, and the one kid that's the son is like, he's mortified. He's like, "Oh my god, this is the worst day." And then he cracks the can of iron brew and then starts sipping it, and then he kind of calms down. So that was another one. That one was quite good as well. In the US, fanny is really an offensive way to say butt, but I've only heard it around little kids. Wait, fanny is used to express the ass. Fanny is a 1920s slang for booty. No way, dude. When I was a kid, guys, there was a British writer, very famous British writer called Enid Blyton. You guys probably know some Enid Blyton stuff, right? Do we want to stay here? I'm just thinking, yeah, let's pitch our tent here. We could go back to the city, but we've got plenty of food. Anyways, Enid Blyton wrote a bunch of famous novels. You guys probably are familiar with them. She wrote like Peter Rabbit and things like that, right? You guys know some of these boomer references. And one of the kids series she wrote when, for young kids was the Famous Five, who were like, I think it was like 4 kids and a dog, and they used to go around like solving mysteries in the British countryside. And I'm pretty sure one of the characters was called Fanny. And when I was reading this as a kid, I thought it was the funniest thing ever, When in reality, it was just the girl's name. I don't know if it was the aunt or the mum or one of the actual... I think it was the aunt. I think it was Aunt Fanny. Oh, it's... dude, I'm just immature, but... People pretending to be me now, it's true. J. Cram. Oh, what did I just do? I just put them back to sleep twice. This is why I can't eat crisps and talk about adverts while playing Digimon. I think we just lost an hour of training. Oops. Okay. Twitch doesn't like this item. Twitch, you're gonna love it. Stop it. Oops. Big ol' bazongas. Yeah, pretty much. You guys don't need... Yeah, that's right, guys. You just know what boobs are. Big ol' bitties, guys. You don't need to go through all the ways to describe big boobs. Okay, it's okay. We don't need to... You don't need to do that. Psychmon level 20. There's Psychmon in this part of the desert, and there's Psychmon in the other part of the desert. these Psychmon are lower level, but I think they actually hit bigger stats. We'll see in a minute. Let's do it. Let's put it to the test. We're going to stay here for a little bit, and then we're going to go to the Dead End Town, and I'm going to show you guys a little sneaky training spot that I quite like. Next gen Digimon will be named Iron and Brew. Well, one thing's for sure, we can't call them Fanny. Did you read the one with the gold the ingots? Harris, what are you talking about? Oh my goodness. I will say, guys, like, Iron Brew tastes quite sugary. Which is interesting, because a long time ago, there used to be like a famous... The Iron Brew recipe is supposed to be a secret, right? It's supposed to be like this big guarded secret. There was actually a tax on sugary drinks not too long ago in the UK. Like 5, 6, 7 years, I don't know. Many years ago at this point, I guess. And when the sugar tax came out, all these companies that made all these fizzy drinks, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, Fanta, Iron Brew, pretty much everybody except from Coca-Cola said, hey, we're gonna change the sugar quantity in our drinks to avoid this tax that the government introduced. It was to try and get kids to be healthier, because the diet of the UK is notoriously terrible, and people were just drinking Iron Brew every day, Sprites every day, all this sugary juice that's terrible for them, and it was just making people unhealthy, right? So in an effort to try and like reduce the amount of like sugar in the drinks, because, you know, whatever, they taxed all these companies, so they had to change it. And when Iron Brew's drink changed, there was a lot of people who didn't like the new sugar-free kind of reduced sugar version. The only company that actually didn't reduce their sugar for the sugar tax, that actually just ate the cost, was Coca-Cola. So if you ever go to buy Coca-Cola in the supermarkets here in the UK, I can't comment on like everywhere else, but if you buy a Coke and like at like McDonald's or from the supermarket, it will be slightly more expensive than all the other drinks, and it's because of the sugar tax. So there you go. Coca-Cola didn't want to bend the knee. They said, we're not changing our recipe, and then they put the extra tax onto the consumer by just making the price of the items a little bit more. So there you go. Fanny might be the worst name ever to exist. Oh, I could think of a few other names. Ronan, surely. You could be called J-Cram, I guess. Time for dinner. Enjoy, Magnadraw. Thanks for being here. Legendary Hero Chronicles. What's up, dude? Awesome channel. Definitely going to follow. If you get a chance, maybe you can shoot me a follow. Legendary, welcome. It's lovely to see you. I'm just getting my GRPG channel going. Alright, Legendary. Thanks for that, mate. I don't know. Latrina exists? Latrina? That does actually sound like a latrine. I.e. the area where soldiers go to piss. I don't know. Latrina sounds a bit dangerous. I think anything with a la at the start of it sounds quite nice, though. It's quite like a... Sounds like quite a nice name. Latrine. The T is quite tough, isn't it? The T. It's got a bit of a bite to it. All Coke did was jacked up the 2-litre price and made a 1.5-litre version. Yeah. Coca-Cola basically said, Coke doesn't give a fuck because they know consumers will buy it. It's true, yeah. If your brand is strong enough, then, you know, it's your call. Okay, guys, we're fighting the Psychmon. We're getting some stats. It's not so bad. We're going to be moving soon. My 6-year-old has a friend whose name is Hailey Moraine, which is pronounced Haley Marie. I mean, different ways of spelling names is definitely quite common, guys. There's a lot of Irish names quite close to Britain who the spellings are very, very strange, like from like a phonetical point of view. But as long as the name sounds nice, it doesn't really matter how it's written, in my opinion. If it sounds nice out loud, you know. Well, I can make it nice, but can also make it ratchet. Lasagna. Oh my god, lasagna. Lasagna has no business being as delicious as it is. Nice bottle of wine with a nice lasagna, guys. I wouldn't really buy lasagna if I went out to a restaurant, mind you. But lasagna is pretty good. Garfield certainly thinks so. Lasagna. It was 2018 the tax came in. Was it really, J-Cram? 2018? That's scary, man. I'm glad I kind of covered myself. How do you pronounce Mr. Wolfie? There's many pronunciations of Mr. Wolfie. Your dad normally works. I forgot about my favourite. I may have mentioned this before, but the name L.A. The name was L.A., says Frankie. What, the person's name was L.A.? As in, like, the place, or am I misunderstanding? What do you mean, Frankie? L.A. pronounced Ladasha. Wait, what? Ladordash. Ladasha. I don't understand. There's a subreddit dedicated to it called Tragedy. Oh shit. Ladash A. L.A. Ladashi. I don't understand. This is too much. That can't be a common name, guys, surely. Gone are the days when people had simple names. Like Jim and Bob. I don't even know, guys. I quite liked the name Alex for a boy's name for a long time. Me and Mrs. Wolfie always said that if we were going to have a little boy, we'd call it Alex, but I don't know, man. Who was the last Alex I knew? I've known a couple of Alexes on Twitch. They've always been pretty cool. There's nothing to understand. The person is a twat. Frankie! There's a couple of weird names in Scotland as well, guys. A couple of very popular names as well that are a little bit bizarre to me, but I guess everybody hears different things and imagines different things when they hear certain words, so I don't know, maybe to the mum and dad. You never know when the mum and dad genuinely have heartfelt intentions where they like really like the name, or maybe they're just being edgy. You know? It's getting more common. What about Alex for a girl? Alex for a girl is nice too, yeah. My brother's just finished dating a girl called Alex. So I don't know if that's maybe affected. I don't know. I always said, what did we agree on? We always said if we were calling a girl something... There's a couple of girls' names that Mrs. Wolfie quite liked. Ashley, maybe? I don't know. That's another A name, coincidentally enough. Yeah, I don't know. Not really thought about it in a long time, to be honest. Might just default to Sasuke Uchiha. Regardless of gender. I'm kidding, of course. I might call my firstborn Blitzcrank. And see how he handles that at school. It could be like the very famous song by... What's his face, guys? What's the man... Who sung the name A Boy... Who sung the song A Boy Named Sue? Johnny Cash? You guys ever heard A Boy Named Sue, the song? Pretty good. It's pretty good, it's a classic. Maybe there's a bit of method in the madness. This Jijimon is very strong, he's kind of beating us up a little bit, but we should be okay. Gonna defend that. Oh god. Nice. Meeting a lot of Stephanies at the hospital I work at lately. Stephanie. Stephanie's quite a cool name. They do it in A in Ireland because it's traditional, but do it in the Western world to be unique and end up making some iterations of the most common names anyway, but with hipster spelling, yeah. I knew someone recently who named their kid Sasuke. Are you kidding me, Ursa? Ursa, did the people themselves, did they have any connection or like ancestry to like Asia, or were they just a huge fan of anime? No, jokingly, me and Mrs. Wolfie always said, guys, and this might actually genuinely happen. I feel like this is more likely than us actually having a child, but I think what's more than likely is that we get a dog, and we always said we would get a golden Labrador. We always said we'd get a golden lab, and we always said we would call it Naruto. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we always joked about that. So, like, when Mrs. Wolfie used to play The Sims, and when I used to play The Sims, you know, there'd be like a Jack sim running around and a Mrs. Wolfie sim, and then there'd be a dog called Naruto in the corner, just every time. But I don't know if I don't think I could actually... I joke to my mum. You know, my mum will say to me, oh, are we having grandkids? You know, that classic old mum question where she kind of pesters you for the grandkids. a classic, right? And every time I was like, yeah, mum, of course. Once Twisted Inferno Blazing Uchiha clan comes along, my firstborn, then you can push him around the park and call his name. Kenshin Himura the Batosai. Batosai the Manslayer. And she'll be looking at me like side-eye me as if she's trying to figure out if I was taking the piss or not. Yeah, mum, once Velociraptor is born, you're going to be the best grandmum. You're going to have fun at toddlers. That's all I'm saying. I'm not joking, and nope, they were Hispanic. No shade. Anyone can pick their kid's name. Sasuke Mendez has kind of made me chuckle. Ursa, I kind of respect it, dude. I don't know. I think it's one thing to get like a tattoo of an anime you like, guys. I think that's pretty cool, right? I quite like that. But like calling your Digimon, calling your firstborn Agamon is, I don't know. Some people probably have done that. I shouldn't really, like you said, Ursa, like you shouldn't really. All names came from somewhere. That's the thing, right? Like all names came from something. They came from some form of inspiration or whatever. So I mean, why not? Why not call your firstborn Kakashi the third Ronin of the Hidden Leaf? It's like that meme, you know? It's like that meme where it's like the son, Dad, why is my sister called Rose? Oh, because son, your mum loves roses. Okay, thanks, Dad. No problem, doner kebab, extra chili sauce. Dude, honestly, the first time I saw that, I genuinely could not. The tears were running to my eyes. Yeah, I might call my firstborn Lord Sashomaru of the House of the Moon. No, I don't know, guys. Jack better than Rory? I think so. I think it's kind of like, you know when the dad calls their firstborn after themselves? And you have like, you've got John and then you've got John Jr. That's cool. And it's like, oh, poop attack failed, wow. I think that's cool. I do wonder though, like when the second son comes along later on down the line, it's like, well, do they just have to get fucked? Did they just get some random ass name? I feel like you're going down like a chronological path that doesn't have like a lot of use. Like there's not a lot of options there, right? Do you guys know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I think a lot of people call their son or their first daughter after their mum or dad. I think that's quite common. I'm not saying it's bad, but I would name my daughter Yuna, like 100%. Get ready, Jack. Like 100%. Mrs. Wolfie, what the fuck? So we can't go with Diplodocus. If I was a girl, I was going to be Morgan. Okay. I wouldn't have been so bad. I knew a Morgan once. She was pretty cool. No wonder why I felt Rory suits you more than Jack, says Han. It does sound ginger. Guys, what do you mean Rory? Rory does not sound ginger. I knew a guy once who was a nice guy. A long time ago, guys. And his name was Rory. So like Rory, but not. It's a different form. And he was actually ginger. So I guess maybe you guys are onto something. I don't know why I'm trying to validate you guys. Technically, his name was not Rory, so, you know, get fucked, champ. I like the name Kyrie, but I would probably never actually use it. So are you saying Kani, Jesse, or Kai? Is it, like, you mean Kani? Sorry, is it like Kani? Kyrie? Kyrie's like Kingdom Hearts. I don't think you mean that though, right, Kani? Been watching the VOD, so I'm kind of spoiling, but nice to catch you live. Hello, Styles. What's up, dude? Nice to see you. Would they be called Waka if they were a boy, though? No, they'd be called Jijimon. Lord Jijimon. Can I attack here? Old. Man, I'm getting slammed by this guy. The poop filth. I'm just trying to fight this guy for as long as possible before we fight against Garurumon, though. I was surprised he said Miriam like it's pronounced in Arabic, which is closer to Muriam. I don't know, guys. I'm only repeating what my mother told me. I don't know what her, maybe she was a fan of the culture. I don't know. On one hand, I can understand not liking the name Miriam. On the other hand, it's close to Muriam. Oh yeah, Ursa, that's what you said, which is my absolute favourite badass from Hunter x Hunter. Oh yeah, there you go, guys. Ursa, that would have been my Twitch account. That would have been if I finally got around to watching Hunter x Hunter, and I was called Miriam. Maybe I could have called myself that. That could have been my Twitch handle. That would have probably got a couple of clicks. Because there would have been any Hunter x Hunter fans would have been like snap click. Ah, an instant connection. rather than Mr. Wolfie with ones and zeros. Guys, maybe actually I just change my username to Miriam from now on, and then... What if I legally change my name to Miriam? I don't know if I can do that in Scotland. Can I do that? Did somebody Google that? I'm going to legally change my name to Miriam, and then I'm going to rebrand as Mr. Muriam. What do you guys think? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Rob is not a Digimon fan. Only found this out recently, so funny. Blame Doctor Who, Jack. It's the only Rory I've known and he's ginger. I see, I see. Carrie makes me think of the film with the bloody frenzy prom scene. I know what you're talking about, Kagwar. I've never seen that movie, but I know what you're talking about. Tent time, I think. Let's head back to the city, guys. We've done a lot of training here. We could take another one or two if we want, but we're actually doing alright. We're going to take this moment to autopilot. Very quickly. We're going to hit up the resty point with Gigi here. Jijimon. Tier 3 subscriber in the house is Prestige. Hello, Prestige. What's up, man? Nice to see you. How's it going? We're going to upgrade our laboratory here, guys. I wanted to come back for the city almost exclusively for this region. Or for this reason, excuse me, in this region. We're going to upgrade the lab. Prestige, how's it going? I've never seen a more distinguished Tier 3 announce themselves so boldly. Right, back to the builder we go. We're going to put on another build. Zudamon, have you got some stuff? 5 Onyxes. I can't be bothered telling Zudamon to go out again. Let's put on something to upgrade here, guys. We've got stock market, restaurant, item shop, advanced item shop to level 2. We've got the fields, which we need Godwoods for. We're getting there. The lab can be upgraded yet again. And then after that, not much else. We're needing a lot of digi... What do we need here? I think, honestly, at this point, we just take the item shop upgrade, guys. We're getting into that point of the game where any more and better variety quality items is better. So, better late than never, but still good. Let's go in here and we're going to grab our food for today. I do not think we need to really top up any of our items. We're doing alright. We've got plenty of medium. I guess... Honestly, I think we're more than fine, guys. We've got tons of stuff. Probably more than we could ever need. Autopilots are good. Medicine's good. Bandages are fine. We're actually in a really good spot. I think we just head straight back out. Is it time for some Garuru training? I don't suppose you've got the desert transportation, do you? Logic Volcano? No thanks. Almost a good deal. Digimon, have you got any stuff for me? Yep. Perfect. Nice. Okay, we want to go server Desert Hinterland again, guys. I'm going to try and make sure we go to the right place this time. Also, I haven't saved today. Let's do a save check. Mrs. Wolfie, excellent timing. How's it going? Mrs. Wolfie, what about the name Kakashi Hatake as a name for our firstborn? What about Tentacruel? Tentacruel? Yeah. Tentacruel, he could be like a really good swimmer in the swimming races or something. Tentacruel Wolfie, yeah. Mrs. Wolfie, this is excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Draco says, do the lab next. Draco, welcome back. How are you? Change your name to Jackie Chan. I saw a video the other day, Drofig, on YouTube. And it was titled, Jackie Chan Sold Out. And it was a picture of him reaching for a bag of cash. I didn't watch the video. I didn't watch the video, but... What do you guys think? Did Jackie Chan sell out? Jackie Chan was like my idol when I was 12. I used to watch a lot of Jackie Chan movies. Like, lots of them. My dad used to tape them on the TV when they were on Channel 5. And then I used to keep them on VHS tapes and watch them over and over again. I'm not even kidding. Actually, if I had a child called Gaius with his initials would be GG. Kakwad, that sounds brilliant. Right, time to fight Garurumon, guys. Up the hill we go. My nose is suddenly very itchy. Mrs. Wolfie's just brought me chicken and pasta, which I'm very excited to eat. Actually, let's just fight against Gabumon for a second while I eat. Hi friends, Arson, how's it going? Arson, I like how today you joined the stream and didn't immediately call me Stinky, that was nice. I'm in Gen 2, 1 Ultimate, 1 Champ, just hit 62 Prosperity, nice one dude. Are you having fun, Arson? It's time. We are nourished, we are watered, we are iron brewed out of our nut. We've got cash in the bank, gas in the tank, chat. Let's go. Cash in the digibank. The pacing in One Piece is terrible. Roger that. But I've heard it's really good. I've heard One Piece is really good. I've heard from some reliable sources, guys, that One Piece is good. But, like, I guess it's maybe hard to dig through the trenches to get there, you know? Is it one of these anime shows where you watch for 30 hours for that one, oh yeah, hell yeah moment, and then you pray that that hell yeah moment is worth? Guys, I'm not kidding. There was a time at one point a long time ago when I was watching Naruto Shippuden with my friend. And at the time we were watching in English, which meant that we had to wait like once every 2 weeks for an episode. And it was the Shikamaru arc where Asuna Sensei and friends go out on a trip and then some of them don't come back, you know what I'm saying? And we had to watch like one episode at a time for so long that we just left it for a long time, then we came back. And then eventually we had to start watching in Japanese because waiting for the English episodes at the time was traumatic. It was like 4 episodes and they would do nothing. And then if you were lucky, there would be a cool moment for like 10 seconds. And then they'd go back to talking shite and replaying the conversations over and over. But I am a big... I mean, at the time I was a big Naruto fan. I've not really watched Naruto in ages. I've never watched an episode of Boruto. I don't even really know what happens. Man, thank goodness I still have my Digimon at max stats to chill roaming around. Legendary Digitize, that's a flex and you know it. Once a week, my brother and I would cook out and watch anime all day long while the wives do something. One Piece was usually the go-to for those days. I just like spending time with my brother. Cody, that sounds really good though. Cody, that sounds pretty good. You guys would cook food and then just watch some anime? See, that's the thing. Like, the only time I've ever watched anime with someone, guys, is when I used to watch it with my friend when we were watching Naruto. We used to put on some episodes and just grind it, but like, I've not done that in a long time. I think last time I did that, I was probably like 17, 18. I still watch anime all the time, but just not with other people. Mrs. Wolfie's not that bothered. I got Mrs. Wolfie to watch a bit of Edge Runners, which was the cyberpunk anime. But that was also like really modern and new and obviously quite condensed as well. It's like, what, like an 8-episode show or something? 10 episodes or something? We started watching that. I'd already seen it before, so I was watching it again with her. I thought she'd like it, but I don't know if she got into it too much. Used to BitTorrent Naruto as it dropped week by week with subs, did the same with Death Note. Matthew, what did you think of Death Note? I see some people telling me that Death Note was peak, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I thought Death Note was good. I don't know if I'd call it peak, I just don't think it's my... I don't know, I actually never finished Death Note, I'm going to be totally honest. I got to a point in the plot where something big happens. But I don't know, maybe I should go back to it and watch more of it. It was so funny because I talked to my friend Ryan about it, and Ryan was like, what bit did you get? And I would explain, and he's like, well, you're kind of close to the end, like, you only had like 10 episodes left, you should have probably just finished it. And I think he was trying to like, he was trying to hint to me about something without spoiling the show, and I was like, oh man, maybe I should have went back and like, actually watched out the last fucking 5 episodes or whatever it was. I thought it was good, but I don't know, I didn't love it. It's a bit too edgy for me, I think. Heard Boruto was pure shit. I got to the arcs with Hidan and then gave up. Yeah. I went back to Naruto years later and caught up on a bunch of stuff. I watched all through like the war when, you know, when Madara and shit turn up again. And then there's a lot of like big fights. You know what is it, Madara? Is it Madara Uchiha who like 1v1000s all of the ninjas at the same time? It's so fucking ridiculous. It's so funny. Is that what part of the anime is that, guys? Where Madara like fights all the ninjas in the field? I remember the bit, dude, me and my friend got so hyped. You know the bit where Pain attacks the Hidden Leaf and he's about to like kill Hinata or Sakura or someone? And then one of them screams out for Naruto, and Naruto's not been in the village. He's not there during the attack. He's been training. He's been doing his sage training, right? And then Pain, like, is gonna kill someone, and then Naruto does... There's that scene where he appears. He blinks in and then he crushes the clone into the ground. Dude, I nearly cried when that happened. I was like, oh my god. That's him. That's him. Dude, he's got the show named after him. That's him, dude. Oh, man. And then the rest of that fight was wild. After that fight with the fox and all the animation that got like outsourced after that was mad. I was watching that. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like a fever dream. You guys know what I'm talking about. The Great Ninja War. Dude, I remember that. I don't really remember what else. There was a bit where Naruto and all of them are fighting someone. I don't know if it's Madara or if they're fighting someone else. I can't actually remember. There's like I think giant monsters attack. And then there's like a huge monster and then Madara's in it or so. I genuinely cannot remember anything. I'd need to go back and go through it again. If I watch Sword Art Online, I'd have to watch the abridged. I used to watch Naruto abridged, guys. I used to watch Naruto abridged, and then I used to make my friend watch it, and my friend hated watching it. He would laugh at some bits, but then I think maybe putting him through like 10 episodes in a row one day probably killed it for him. I only used to watch anime, but when you read the manga, it's always almost always better than the anime. I've only ever read one manga in my life, guys. Maybe two, I think. And that was the first Kenshin manga. I don't know, I've never... It was like the actual physical copy. I bought it in a bookstore once. I thought I'd buy it just to check it out, but it was good. I got through it faster than I thought. How many of you guys like buy and read manga? Goated content says Dry. I'm still catching up on episodes, but felt like stopping by and saying hello. Keep it up. Thank you, Dry. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for checking out the series, dude. Nice to see you in the live stream. I gotta block these. DBZ abridged on top. When Kakashi was David Bowie. That sounds very familiar. I just remember that every time Gaara came on, it would do the funk noise. And every time... oh, no, I'm getting mixed up. I was thinking, well, yeah, Gaara of the Funk was a thing, but you know when you watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, and every time Duke Devlin came on, it used to play Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake. And it was like, dude, they got so good with their editing. I don't know who was like doing that back then, but like they were way ahead of their time, man. Some of the editing they managed to pull off for like a YouTube series was fucking incredible. You know where it would be like Duke Devlin, I can't even see his name. Duke Devlin, right? He wasn't even in the shot of the episode yet, but you could hear his music getting louder as he approached the scene. And then the door would open and he would come in and his music would go from like muffled, like distorted muffling to like being dun, 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 dun. Dude, that's so funny, man. Like that shit is actually so... It's so funny because the joke itself is not actually that funny, but it's like the way that they lean into it, right? And make it like the actual entity as if it's real. It's so funny. Like, dude, it's genuinely genius. Like, see the muffled noise of Bandit Keith, or not Bandit Keith. I mean, Bandit Keith in America is another Yu-Gi-Oh! Fucking abridged meme, but... oh, man. See, if I went back and watched Naruto abridged now, I probably wouldn't even find it as funny, but I thought it was brilliant. I told you guys this story before as well, but in the abridged Naruto, there's this thing about Sasuke hating the log, right? Like, you know how like in Naruto when someone attacks someone, they dodge it, and then they kind of dodge the attack with their ninja ability. A puff of smoke will appear, and then a log will, like, you know, it's like a dummy. It's just a random log, like a tree stump, floating in midair. So like in this parody series of Naruto that these YouTubers were making, every time this fucking log appeared, Sasuke had this like this beef with the log, right? And at the end of one of the episodes, once they did like a little homage to it for like 30 seconds where like Sasuke's singing the log song. And I set this as my ringtone for my phone. And I was in a fucking... this is so bad, man. I was in an exam. I was in an exam in school, right? I was probably like 17 or something, maybe like 16, 17. And in the exams, obviously, you're not supposed to have mobile phones. You get disqualified. You could get in big trouble. You know, you're supposed to not have your phone on you. And if you do, it's supposed to be turned off, you know. Not even on silent. It's just not supposed to be there. If you get caught with your phone, it was like a very serious like punishment. I was in an exam once, And in my fucking backpack, thank God it was like down the front of the class, so my mum texted me about the dentist, and I forgot to turn my phone on silent, and it played the log song. And it was like a good like 15-second jingle where like everybody in the entire exam hall was just sitting in silence. And then it was like, it's log, log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood, doo doo. It's log, log. And then at the end it's got Sasuke going, it's better than bad, it's good. And I'm just sitting there mortified. And then like everybody's kind of like looking around and like nervously laughing, and the teacher's like scanning the fucking sea of heads to find out whose phone went off, and I was just like, wasn't me, bro. I'm glad my mum didn't text me twice. I'm glad it was back in the day where texts were like 12 pence a text. You know, if that was like a 3-text message, like paragraphs, I was fucked. It was just a one-off. That was really bad. I'm not gay. I'm not gay, just British. I'm not gay, just British Bakura. Oh, it's so brilliant. Oh, God. Oh, it's so funny. DB's Abridged is still a legit way to watch the show. Their characters are gems in their own rights. Yeah. One of it was either Dragon Ball Z Abridged or Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged or like Naruto Abridged, and one of them had the Justice League, where Aquaman comes running into the room, and it's like, it's all of the Justice League sitting in the round table discussing how they're going to defeat the villains. And then Aquaman comes in, but he's got like a really high-pitched voice, and it's like dubbed over in Dragon Ball Z. Oh my God, dude, that was so good. He's like the fucking Justice League are all discussing like how they're going to save the planet. And then Aquaman comes running in and he's like, hey guys! And they're like, oh my God, it's Aquaman, fuck. And he's like, I have an idea! We could use whales! Oh, it's so good. We can use whales, guys! Whales! And they're all like, oh, get him out of here. Oh, it's so funny, dude. Thanks for all your guides on this game. Any tips on what buildings to build first after Floatia upgrades? Hey, Phil is? Phil, what's up, Phil? Somebody asked this exact question on my series yesterday, actually. And it was actually Dawn that got to the reply before me, but Dawn's answer was really good. When I'm playing this game, Phil, obviously you can do whatever you want, right? It's like it's the kind of game where you can kind of do whatever upgrades make sense to you. I would definitely prioritize the field upgrade and also the item building upgrade, the item seller. Item seller is really good because you just get better recoveries as fast as possible, and I think you even get like, I don't know if they discount the prices, but you get access to better items. So I would always recommend upgrading the item store first, and then your fields upgrade is good because the more food you can grow, the more money you can make, and the more comfortable you are with your Digimon. You also need the fields for like certain recruits where you need to grow like best meat and rotten meat and all that stuff. After that, I really like upgrading the Digivolution Dojo to level 2 if you can, because the Digivolution Dojo level 2 will allow you to choose which Digimon you turn into. So if that's important to you, if you want to control your Digivolutions, you should definitely consider that. And then after that, mate, I just upgrade in Birdramon so I can fly around the map for as cheap as possible, and then, yeah, go bananas. I quite like upgrading the sea banks, for example, the fishing bays, but I don't think that's necessary. If you do a lot of gym training, you would want to upgrade the gym, but that's only if you're doing gym training. I don't ever prioritize that, like, ever, but some people should, right? It depends on what you need in your playthrough. Hopefully that makes sense, but you can ask more questions if you're confused, mate. For the dub, it was early days of Funimation, so they gave no oversight to the VAs, they just wanted the episodes out. And do you know what as well? I guarantee that the VAs back then, they probably weren't even paid that much money. So to them, it was probably just a meme. They pronounce Sasuke as Sasuke. Yeah, Sasuke. He's so cool. Sakura. Oh, good times. Sasuke. He's really cool. Sakura. She's beautiful. Naruto. I need to set that as my ringtone. Dojo level 2 is huge, yeah. Agreed. You got there before me, DMNC. But yeah, I've been enjoying the heck out of solo leveling, guys. It's nice and short, which I quite like. You know, you can get through it pretty quickly. Although, admittedly, it might be one of these few instances recently when I actually wish the anime was longer. I was thinking about going back to one of my sports anime. I was making my way through Hayaku, which is volleyball, and I was making my way through what else? I was making my way through volleyball and Kuroko no Basket, which is the basketball one, and I also started watching Hajime no Ippo, which is boxing. I kind of went through a stunt where I started watching like sports anime, which I never ever thought I'd like, but it's actually really fun. I just don't know, like, I always get deep into these shows and then I'm like, mate, I look ahead and I'm like, right, I've just watched 60 episodes. How many have I got left? And see if there's like more than 30, I'm like, oh mate, I don't know if I can do this. But I always tell myself I'll go back to it, but then I end up not going back to it, so. I don't know what I'm going to do. Do you know what? One thing I have talked about time and time and time again, and I know if Dumpster's here, you'll know what I'm about to say here. Twitch doesn't like this item. Naughty boy. Dude, I actually might... I've said this for years, and I've never actually carved out a time slot or, like, seriously considered doing it. I think that after I finish solo leveling, I might actually try and watch Hunter x Hunter. Which you guys actually mentioned earlier today, actually. You mentioned the character, right? The Miriam character that's not called Miriam. Umbra says, restaurant's not bad at upgrading. Yeah, you could go for a restaurant upgrade, for sure. Yeah. Whatever you guys prefer, guys. Whatever, honestly, don't let anybody online tell you that you're playing things wrong. I wouldn't upgrade some things, like, I wouldn't upgrade the lab to, like, level 5 or anything before you do anything else, but things like that, you know, like, fields and the item store and the dojo and the sender, those are my top 4. You can do whatever order you want. But, you know, all buildings in the city have their, they all kind of have their uses. If you guys want some in-depth discussions about Next Order, guys, if you want to see, like, as much help as possible, you should definitely check out my guides playlist on YouTube. Which you guys can do, if you're on Twitch today, you can do !guides, G-U-I-D, wait, guides? I can spell it, I can't think it. If you guys, I'll get it for you. G-U-I-D-E-S, Jesus. Brain hard lag there. You guys can check that out if you need it, and that'll take you to all of our playlists with all the guides in it. You can watch some of the newer ones. We cover tamer skills in there, we cover tips on how to fight better, how to make money, how to forage properly, and some other general knowledge stuff. I done it in like a little list as well, so... And then obviously we've got the training spots. I'm finally getting back into watching anime, and all the free sites are super slow now. Sucks. Yeah, I mean, I think what will happen as well, skill trees, a lot of the sites will go down and then pop back up elsewhere. Sometimes you find a good site and then it's down like a year later, and then you have to go hunting again, but... Ippo's such a cool show. I like Ippo Magnadra. I think it's one thing that me and J-Cram always agree on, because it was actually J-Cram that suggested it to me, amongst some other people. J-Cram always said that, and I agree, you can tell that the guy who wrote Ippo was really into boxing. It is a little bit dated now. I think some of the jokes in Ippo are maybe a bit weird. But it's still, in terms of like a boxing anime, I don't think you're going to get much better. Like, they've obviously put a lot of work into it, and it really shows. Read solo leveling since it's fully coloured. I find it easier to read than manga. Oh, nice one, Spades. There you go. I'm going to ask a silly question, guys. Obviously, solo leveling is Korean, correct? Is it actually written from, like, back to front, like a regular manga? Or is it, like, actually, like... How does it work? Is it... I don't know if that's a stupid question. He covers how to get a low taper fade. Blue Crew, stop it. Gamesman, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Hope you're well. Thank you, Gamesman. How you doing, mate? I can't get in a sports anime. But not for everyone, guys. Like I said, I never really thought I would enjoy a sports anime. And then... Oh my god, Garurumon, I didn't know you could go up there. He's trying to run away from me now, he's scared. Exactly what happened, it probably been rerouted around the world 3 times. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely... You can never really tell with these websites, skill tree. Jack, can you fight the veggies for stats yet? Digimon? Yeah, we could do. I was actually just about to move on from this spot, actually. if we go down to talk to Vegemon, we can maybe get some stats. And if they suck, then we'll be moving on to Siegimon. Siegimon's next. I really like Champion Joe, says Kiba. Kiba, I've never heard of Champion Joe, but is it good? I'm going to be honest, guys. One of the ways that I decide these days on like if I'm going to commit to a show, I listen to what you guys say in terms of like if it gets recommended a lot. If it's recommended, if it's highly rated online, if you guys recommend it, I'll give it a try. But also, if the anime is actually shorter than like, you know, if it's an anime I can actually manage where it's like 50 episodes or less. Sometimes if it's really highly rated, I'll watch more. But I'm more likely to watch a show now if it's like a short series, rather than like, you know, if there's 400 episodes. I'm not so sure I'm going to even make an attempt at it because I just feel like it's such a commitment. Which is weird because when I'm reading books, I don't really care about the length if the book is supposed to be good. So I guess there's an imbalance. But I think because I'm listening to books, I don't mind. I listen to audiobooks quite a lot. I was actually thinking about doing some TikToks on my books that I've been listening to recently because I think over the last few years I've covered so many books. Listening to them, that is. And my friend recently reached out to me. My friend John hit me up and he was like, Jack, what audiobooks do I watch? Or should I get any good audiobook recommendations? And I was like, motherfucker, dude, how long do you have? You know that GIF, I talk about this a lot, guys. You know that GIF meme where Aquaman pops the chair out and he sits down at like the campsite? He just he just fucking flips the chair out and puts it down next to someone. That was what I envisioned when he asked me. I was like, how much time do you have, bro? So I gave him the list. I gave him the top 10. And I think he picked one of them that he was going to try. I've not spoke to him yet. I don't know if he enjoyed it. Korean, read top to bottom. Oh, no way. Is that how that works? Wait, is that genuinely the... Wait, is that real, Ace? Wait, Korean, you read top to bottom? Is it just like pictures, like a comic book, but like in like manga kind of... Is that actually real? I can never tell when you guys are taking the piss out of me or not. I know manga you read back to front, but Korea you don't actually read top. Are you guys trolling me? It's all digital. It's a webtoon. What the fuck? It's meant to be read on your phone, and the episode is basically a long bar. Oh. It's vertical. Yeah, you guys are all saying that. To be fair, guys, when I was reading the Digimon Liberator comic online, it was like one continuous scroll as well, which was actually very convenient. And kind of gorgeous as well. I'm going to be honest. That was the closest I came to be like getting back into that kind of thing, like comics or manga or, you know, like the kind of picture stories. I'm trying to figure out a way to talk about this stuff without sounding like a fucking idiot. Let's autopilot back, guys. We're going to autopilot back to the city. I'm going to tidy up my guys. We're going to look at the dojo. Look at some Digivolutions here. We'll take a break from all the chats. Let's go to sleep in here. Do I care about picking Digivolution stuff before? I don't think these guys Digivolve yet. Let's put that to the test. I'm going to wing it. YOLO. Right, sleepy time. I'm not going to let them sleep in today. It did hurt, but the last episodes of the season were beautiful. Reacher grinded grinningly. Reacher grinned grinningly. Blue Crew, you've been listening to my literature. Twitch doesn't want to wake up. Not today, mate. Not today. Not again, Twitch. You naughty boy. Blue Crew, you've been paying attention in class. I always talk about Reacher nodded, which is normally a cat joke. Normally it's Cat that gets that. Nightly Cat gets that reference. But Blue Crew, you've been paying attention as well. Reacher nodded. Right. Let's go ahead and... If I wanted to pay attention to these guys specifically and their Digivolutions, now would be a good time to go check what they need before I start feeding them. So that is a consideration I'm thinking about, but... Twitch, you're being such a little shit today. I'm gonna bully him. Way out of line, Twitch. Okay. One more. Okay, perfect. Right. A bit of a mess. Ooh, what was I doing in the builder? Let me kind of go through this, guys, and then I'll come back to the chat in a minute. I'll catch back up. We were doing the item shop, which has got 6 minutes on it, right? In terms of actual items, we don't really need that much. However, I do need to repair my tent, so I'm going to talk to Greymon. What's up, dude? Just because it's on the phone, it's online, you just keep scrolling to the end. That's actually ideal. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure the Liberator, you know, the free Digimon comic that they brought out for the card game, guys, it seems to be quite popular. I was enjoying scrolling through that, like, genuinely. Green Sonic, I'm going to talk to you about audiobooks in a minute. I fucking love it. Guys, I love audiobooks. I love a good audiobook. I'm a huge audiobook nerd. Right, if you guys do not want to see, here's a quick heads up, guys. If you do not want to see what our Digimon are going to turn into, look away from the screen now. We're going to go through these and just have a peek. I'm not saying we're going to lock off anything or choose anything. I'm just going to see what's available. It looks like Biyomon has access to all 4. And it looks like Vmon has access to all 4 as well. So let's have a quick discussion about this. Then I'm going to go back to training in Oguino. There's actually a discussion to maybe not go back to Oguino and go straight to Mod Cape, but I want to go back to Oguino anyway for a bit. Biyomon has access to Birdramon, of course. Standard Pedomon, which is the pink Angemon, is available. Red Vidramon is available, and so is Yokomon, which is the kind of purple fox. Okie dokie, so I mean, these are all pretty cool. Birdramon is obviously the standard. Red Vidramon is possible as well. I mean, I don't hate any of these in particular. There's a world where maybe I close off Yokomon. Birdramon would be the most exciting, I think, for me, but I feel like I'm pretty traditional in how I go into Birdramon. What do you guys think? Who is this? Is this this is YouTube, right? YouTube, you've got some decisions to make. I'm not going to let you guys choose, but if you just want to axe off Yokomon, I wouldn't be against it. Make the call. Twitch, you guys are Vmon. You have access to X-Vmon, of course. You have access to Vidramon, of course. Meramon is here, which is super cool. Random, but cool. And Gold Vidramon. All 4 of these are available. All of these look good. I would assume that maybe X-Vmon or Vidramon could maybe go into Leomon, maybe? I don't know. Not Leomon the champion, but like some sort of Bancho line. Is it possible to get this guy into Bancho Leomon in any way, shape, or form, guys? I'm just thinking about the Darkdramon quest. That's something for the Twitch chat to consider. Visual novels is the word you're looking for. Thanks, Blue. Green Sonic, what did you actually say about audiobooks? Audiobooks are my best friend. That's how I fell in love with solo leveling. I listen to while I drive. Oh, wait, Green Sonic, there's an audiobook for solo leveling? Wait, really? The best is Pedomon, says Elliot. Do you think so? Twitch very unhappy in comparison. Last one was YouTube's fault, and then it was you letting them sleep again. Don't put this on us. Hold on. Don't fix it, let the god of chance choose, says Shogo. X-Vmon on top. X-Vmon. Okay, we need X-Vmon. Get the dojo at level 3 DNA and a Paladramon, because Paladramon is cool. Guys, I'm asking you to focus on Bancho Leomon. Is there a way we can get to Bancho Leomon through any of these options, no? The only fear is that maybe... What did he say? What did he say in Mod Cape? I think he said Mod Cape, right? That's actually quite perfect. Oh, nice. Right, let's do this then. We can save ourselves a bit of drama here. What I'll do is I'll save my game, guys. I'm going to go back to the Oguino Wastelands ever so quickly. In fact, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I've got a better idea. We're going to go Bonnie Resort for 4K. Then we're going to double backwards. Ali, it's nice to see you. Welcome to the stream today. We're going to go Oguino Wasteland Palace of Thorns. Now, what I am doing here, guys, is I'm going to fight some Woodmon. I'm going to see how we get on here. We'll take a quick fight against Vegemon. Just to get our bonus started and get that reset and counted. Yeetly Deets, how's the training going? It's going great, yeah. How you doing today, sir? What's up? Email, hello? Email, hello? Email, all in the email crunch. Email, you were wonderful yesterday. Let me guess, email, you're on a train coming home from work. He's on a midnight train going into his bed. I restarted Survive last night, forgot how creepy it is. Ali, what in the world inspired you to do that? Metamon into Pajama into Bancho. Is that possible? Does that actually work, Ace Spades? Ace Spades, are you absolutely sure? Nah, I was wrong. Okay, never mind. Good try, though. Help, says Jesse. I'm suddenly having an urge to buy something, but I'm poor. Someone talked me out of spending money before I come home with a new phone. Jesse, what do heck? Woo! Was on Cyber Sleuth Grindosaur. Okay. Ace, thanks for having a look, though. I appreciate that. None of Jack's champs go into either. Okay. It was worth a try, guys. It was worth a try. Right. Woodmon here. Guys, check this fight out. Slow fight. Good with our fire moves, because I think we do extra damage to this guy with fire moves. I think it's super effective. This guy is very slow to defeat, and he will pack quite a punch. But he will give us lots and lots of HP, I would imagine. Let's see if we can confirm or deny that. Just a city tree trunk. Born and raised in Aguino wastelands. This tree was a little friend who was looking for love. But now he dies. Just a digital alley. Born and raised in Pennsylvania. The same state as Dry Frankie's entire family. Uh-oh. Can we block these? I wanted to try and, like, not take as much damage. Oh, Biomon, what was that? What was that, you stinker? Block these. Nice. Biomon, that sucks. Hold on, Vmon, hold on. Oh, you better block it again. These order commands suck, Jack. Vmon's out of range permanently. There we go. The only problem with fighting this guy is he's tanky as a mother. So we're going to have to really double limit break to break him. No Bancho for any of these tank styles. Worth a try, guys. Okay. We'll figure it out next time. Without your streams, I honestly wouldn't survive the commute. Email, I'm glad that we could keep you busy, mate. You know the drill. We love you, Emil. Hope you're having a good day, homie. Thank you for coming to see us. Have you had a good day? Is everything well? I'm blocking these. So far, it's the only Digimon game I haven't finished, and I want to know the story without spoiling it. Oh well. Alice, honestly, Survive isn't bad at times. It's actually quite cool. It's just different, and some people are into it, some people not so much. I think you'll get on okay, Ali, if you put up with it. I think the atmosphere and the art style and the music of Survive are all really good. It's just everything else is unfortunately a bit half-cooked, I would say. I think they had a really good vision for it, but just like it took them so long to get it right, and even then it was a bit like half-assed. How do I get War Greymons into 150? I really want a DNA Digivolve to Omnimon on Hacker's memory. Eatly, what you'll need to do is you'll have to... Do you know how the farm works? You're going to need to make sure that you change War Greymon's intelligence. You need to change his personality to have intelligence as like one of his main stat. I think that's Brains, or Brainy I think it's called. So you change his personality to Brainy, that'll give you a little boost. Then you're going to have to take points out of his character that he doesn't need in his stats by using stat reduction chips. So there's items you can buy from, if you go into Eden and you go to the main reception desk area where you can click on the little store, you can buy stat reduction chips. Take points out of War Greymon that he doesn't need, and then you need to add in points to his character by training him on the farm with a brainy leader. Does that make sense? It's a little bit tricky to explain without a visual guide, but it's actually not that hard. Got a full playthrough of Hacker's Memory and Cyber Sleuth on my channel. If you guys want to check that out. They're just a little bit dated. Yokomon wouldn't be bad only because it goes into Lilithmon or Piedmon. Ooh. Styles, that sounds... I like both of those ideas. I don't think I've had a Lilithmon in this game. We definitely had her in Cyber Sleuth and Hacker's Memory though. She slaps in that game. Okay, pretty tough fight here against Woodmon. There's not really a reason to fight these guys over and over, other than for like the HP stats. It's just a very slow grind. You don't have to do what I'm doing, I'm just showing you that this spot exists. What's cool about this fight is he doesn't do too many big scary attacks. It's just that the fight is very slow. So if you've got time on your hands and you don't mind sweating it a little bit, you can actually fight this guy for really good points. You can block some of his attacks. See that move there? I actually don't know if we have that giant gas attack. That might be learnable. Eatley, if you need any help, just ask again in a minute. I gotta change him to Brainy, yeah. You'll have to remove stats that he doesn't need. The farm's a bit weird to understand, but see, once you get it, it'll be super easy. It's just, you have to do a bit of math sometimes when you play, which typically I'm not really a fan of, but you'll get used to it. Woodmont is too tanky for you. Too fast for y'all, man. That is the worst. I'll find I hold out until I have to carry a portable charger everywhere just for my phone to live. Yeah, I'm the same, guys. I normally have my phone way past when I should replace it. But I'm just really like frugal that way. Interestingly enough, I replaced my phone this year. Just a couple of months ago. For the first time in a long time. I felt like I owed it to myself. So I got a nice phone. Used some of last year's support to upgrade. I thought, you know, if we ever do like live streaming, or if I needed like a good camera to take pictures for the stream or for vlogging or whatever, I thought, you know what, let's just do it. So we got a nice phone. Pretty pleased with it so far. You know what was really cool? I realised this last night, right? So when I go out walking, guys, I'll put on my Bluetooth headphones and I'll connect my phone to my headphones, and then I'll listen to stuff when I go out walking, right? Standard stuff. But sometimes what happens is, like, I'll leave the house and I'm still connected to the Wi-Fi, but I've not turned on my mobile data. So then what used to happen on my old phone is the video would start buffering because I walked out of the Wi-Fi range. The Wi-Fi would disconnect. My mobile data's not on. The video would stop buffering the video and it would just pause. Now, on my old phone, because it was so old, I would have to like close the video, turn off the Wi-Fi, connect to mobile, and then it would take like an extra fucking 2 minutes to like then start buffering the video again. Whereas last night, I just turned on the mobile data once the video started buffering. I realised I'd forgot to turn it on. I turned on the mobile data, and because the phone's a lot newer, it immediately connects to 5G, and it just immediately started playing the video instantaneously. Which, you know, to anybody who's had a new phone in the last 5 years, won't be a big deal. But for me, I was like, oh my god, that's how people live? People live like this? I've not known this? Normally I'd have to wait like 2 minutes on it to buffer. But it just started insta-playing because it was so fast. I was like, oh my god, that's so nice. Anyways. Random story that nobody asked for, Sony. Right, we'll do one more. We'll do one more to make this fight actually worthwhile. This travel. Same Jack, I got the iPhone 15, which is not bad. Nice one, Messiah, yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I typically buy my phones outright, guys. I'm a bit weird. You know how like a lot of people will just normally get a contract and then they'll pay their however many dollars a month, whatever you guys, you know, can afford or what is reasonable for your area. I have like a kind of pay-as-you-go contract where like every year or two I renew it, but then it's a very, very small overhead cost every month, and then I then buy the phone outright. I do that every time. I've done that with my last 3 phones, bearing in mind that like 3 phones has lasted me like 15 years. I replace my phone every like 4 or 5 years. Normally it's the battery that pushes me over the edge, and it was not really any different this time. But it was quite good. Laughs in iPhone 7. I mean, if it works, guys. It depends what you use your phone for. I would say I use my phone almost as much as I use my computer. Not to call anyone because I don't have any friends. No, I use my phone for like everything related to the stream. Like I use my phone for everything related to like editing, pictures, thumbnail creation, Discord management, Twitch organization. Sometimes I use it to stream, like I said. Sometimes I use it to record videos and make videos. All of my TikTok management is done through my phone. It's literally, it's like my second base of operations for everything I do. So I was like, right, we gotta get this shit sorted out. The longest time I had the iPhone RX, or was it the 10? Was it the XR? Oh yeah, I had the iPhone 10, which was the iPhone X, and then I had the R version, which came out a year after. It was like the lightweight version, whatever. But that was my old phone. I had that for a long time. Oh, I will notice as well. Like I will point out as well, the new phone I got has like a really nice display, and like it's like super HD. So when I sit and watch shows on my phone, I'm like, oh my god, this is insane. Like, I don't think it's 4K per se, but it's very, very, very high res. I think a lot of phones these days, if you get a nice one, they come with like the OLED display if you're lucky. I think this one has that, but I'm not sure. Honestly, Mrs. Wolfie's more into phones than I am. Mrs. Wolfie she upgrades her phone, I would say, twice as often as I do. Sometimes more so. Then Mrs. Wolfie also has a good job and a more stable income, so, you know, she works hard, she buys her stuff that, and it makes sense. But like when I bought my new phone, I was leapfrogging over her existing one, and then she couldn't be having that, so she bought herself a new phone as well. I was like, Mrs. Wolfie, you're fucking bang out of order. So I had a better phone than Mrs. Wolfie for like a week, and then she immediately upgraded hers, and I was like, you nasty piece of work, Mrs. Wolfie. I had bad luck on my last phone, fell with me into the lake but didn't come out. Oh, Messiah, no. Did you lose it, Messiah? That is my worst fear, guys. That is my absolute worst fear. My worst fear is that I lose my phone because it's connected to so many of my socials. You know all these websites where it's like, we're about to text you the security code. You cannot log in unless you have the security code. Dude, my phone is connected to all of those. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, if I lose my phone, like, how does that even work? Like, can I get in a Twitch? Things like that, right? I'm just like, I have no idea how it works. And I'm always terrified. Right, we have done a lot of training here, guys. Let's move on. I'm going to autopilot out. We're going to quickly nip across to the... over here to the... Actually, did we get Koramon's items today? I don't think we did we? Bing, bing, bing. Oh, we did. I lied. We're going to go into the item bank, the store. I'm going to sell some jazz here. And I'm going to buy back some medium recoveries or large recoveries. We're going to start playing about with the bigger recoveries now. 14 portable toilets is quite a lot, even for us. So we're going to sell 8 of those. We're going to also... I don't know if we have much else to be. Surely we have a... I'm going to keep that. 38 pieces of meat is crazy. We're going to sell 16 of these. Hunks of meat, 16. We'll keep those. Why not? Hot water, we'll keep. Coriander, we're going to sell all of these. Obscure onion, I'm going to sell all of these. The banana, sell. This is the fruits of our labour. 37 grand, not bad. We'll also talk to Greymon as well. I think we just did this, so it's probably not that necessary, but hey-ho. Okay, luckily, using Wizardmon for the first time here, we can actually go straight to Mod Cape, so let's go ahead and do it. Fly me to the moon. It's time for us to fight against Jijimon. I hate that they sell that feature now, but understand why. It's gross, man. It's gross, YouTube. Do you know what? See if YouTube Premium was like £6 a month, I would definitely buy it. I would pay for it. But what absurd fucking price is YouTube Premium these days, guys? How much is YouTube Premium genuinely? Like 15 quid or some shit? That is ridiculous. I have 11 Audible credits, says Ace Spades. 11? Ace Spades, how do you have 11 credits, dude? I thought they stopped giving you them after you had like a stock of 4. I thought that when you had too many Audible credits, they stopped giving them to you. That's like another kind of small print, fine print thing about Audible. Like, I'm pretty sure if you just collect them on a regular account, you actually stop getting the tokens. Am I wrong? Me and SJ talk about this once. I don't exactly know how it works. Why does Vmon keep getting so many more points than... Twitch is getting so many more points than YouTube right now, and I don't know why. Block that. His order points are insane. He's getting 37 points. Maybe because he's tanking. I need to spend them things. Any recommendations? Yeah, Ace Spades. I'll just tell you the list I gave to my friend recently. It depends what kind of books do you enjoy, Ace Spades? I actually wrote out this huge descriptive answer to my friend about all the books I've been reading. This is the list I gave him. Obviously this is just me, and I read a lot of fantasy. So this is the list I gave my friend. Oh, dude, I don't know what this is going to look like. Oh, God. It's a bit messy, but, you know, you get the point. I read a lot of fantasy, guys. I'm a bit of a fantasy nerd. So if fantasy is not your cup of tea, magic and wizards and swords, if you guys don't like that, don't look at my list. But that's like some of the books I've been reading. Not all of them. I've read all of those in that list. Listen to them, technically. But, yeah. They're not in any... in fact, I did actually order them. I put them in order of enjoyment, or at least when I was thinking about that particular friend, I put them in an order that I thought he would enjoy, but... Premium in South Africa is 80, says Justin. That's like £3.50. Wait, that's actually so much better, Justin. What? It's only £3.50? Is that a good deal for you, Justin, or is that a bad deal? What is that like for you, like in terms of the local economy? I know £3.50 could be quite a lot. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like here in the UK, I think YouTube Premium is like 15 quid, no? €13 for YouTube Premium. Cancelled my Spotify for it. Oh, really? Ah, maybe it's not as much as I thought it was. Magnadra, is that the full rate, or is that just an introductory rate that they give you for the first few months? Did they give you like the first few months half price or anything? Or is that the full total? Good old $14.99 Canadian dollars. Maybe it's not as much as I thought it was. I've got premium, and if I cancel, they will take the credits away, so I have to spend them first. Oh yeah, definitely spend them, Ace. Definitely spend them. I have the physical books for the Sherlock Holmes. Love a good mystery. If you love a good mystery, something I mentioned in my list, Ace Spades, is The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. That's like a murder mystery novel, kind of. It's set in Sweden, and there's a couple of movies about it. There's the Swedish movies, and then there's the American Western version with Daniel Craig. It's quite a dark series of books. The first book is very dark at times, but I really enjoyed it. I think it was really good. I went into it knowing very little, but I actually got hooked on it. I got really obsessed. Well, not obsessed, but I thought it was good anyway. The journalist is like disgraced, and he flees the main city. He flees Stockholm to get like a retreat, and he takes this job while he's out in the countryside from this rich guy, and he's like trying to track down the missing person, the granddaughter of the rich man, and it gets really good. At least in my opinion, I don't know. I think it's good. The flying noodle was never not funny. So when are these little guys going to digivolve? Probably not today, Yeatley. I think it'll be... they will digivolve in today's stream, I think, but not in terms of this in-game day. And we've just started this in-game day. I think they'll digivolve tomorrow. Maybe the day after, actually. I don't know. We've been pretty efficient with our training so far. Here, if those two Siegmon are gone, guys, I would probably just head back in and reset them. We're so lucky that in this game that the Digimon just kind of abruptly refresh like this. If this kind of Digimon game is a bit more merciless, you might have to wait on respawns. So I wouldn't be surprised if they added that as a feature in the future. That would kill the gains, the grind. You don't want to tank that waterfall move. Oh, Agatha Christie? Oh, I like a good Agatha Christie novel. My gran was really into Agatha Christie, and I think she passed that on to my mum and me. Even my dad likes the Poirot movies. Who's your favourite Poirot, Ali? And why is it David Sushi? Good. I've had premium for a long time. Okay. Dude, I'm not kidding, guys. I kind of want to get it, but Mrs. Wolfie, I think, has YouTube Premium. But I think she gets a deal through her university, where she gets like the educational rate on it or something, where it's like cheaper. Don't leave me with these animals. Gotta go now, but thanks for the warm welcome, says Wackford. Wackford, have a good day, homie. Yous have done well today, guys. Yous have done well. I will say, we've been doing non-stop grinding, non-stop farming, non-stop training. Yous have done quite well. I don't, I'm proud of yous. Okay, hear me out. Lick a tongue bidet. That is foul, ace spades. Hello, gang. Oh, out with one, in with the other. Hello, Multimum. Multimum, you've joined at a bit of a bizarre time. I don't really know how to explain where we're at, but it's nice to see you. Mel Van Iltana. It's Mel Van Iltana. Mel, how are you? What's happening, Mel? You're stuck with us at Mr. Seawing. You can't escape for crossing fate. Guys, don't at the lovely streamer gentleman who raided us with all of his nice viewers, okay, and tell him that he's trapped here. That's not nice. Behave yourselves. At least pretend like these are normal. Do you know what I feel about like right now? You know when the mother travels to her friend's house to talk to her friend, but they have a screaming toddler in the back? And the mother's trying to convince the other mother that normally he's so well behaved on a normal day. I don't know why he's like this day. That's what you guys are doing right now. You're making me look bad. Don't chat, don't do it. Yous are better than this. Most of yous. Right to jail. I'm not so sure about Lickitung. I think that's a bit... Not really sure if I'm down for that. No, I don't think so. You're stuck with us at Mr. Wolfie. You can't escape for crossing fate. Why do you guys keep saying that? What does that mean? I don't know what that means, lads. I don't know if I'm in a position today to try and debunk your madness. You crazy motherfuckers. Doing alright. Almost kids' bedtime. Then we can do some chill time, says Mel. Excellent, Mel. Wonderful. Almost kids' bedtime. Sweet. Can we block these? Ow. Have the kids been well behaved today, Mel? A bidet is a jet that shoots water to your butt to clean it. Longboy Danger Noodle says, I don't know what a bidet is. I don't think I want to know. Well, it's actually genuinely a contraption that exists in the modern world. It's not like... Normally, if it was an invention of the chat where they were trying to be funny but were actually being gross, I'd try and protect you guys. But genuinely, a bidet is like a... It's genuinely like a functioning apparatus. I just don't want to talk... Guys, I can't go down... I don't want to talk about bidets again, okay? The last conversation was weird. There's a lot of new people here. I'd like to set a good example. I would like you guys to pretend like these are not degenerates for 2 minutes. I'm thinking it's possible. What do you guys think? All in favour? Want to go back to talking about anime, guys? Or lunch, perhaps? Guys, tell me about a movie you've watched recently. Tell me about the TV show Severance without spoiling anything, because I'm thinking about watching that soon. Has anybody seen Severance, and is it as good as everybody says? Go. We had a 24-hour Walmart and sound alerts. We had it all before Mr. Wolfie took it away. The McChicken was $1. Blue Crew, we're not living in the 70s anymore. The McChicken is no longer $1, okay? The McChicken was $1. Stop it. Blue Crew, I don't care. I know you're not getting your chicken before 10:30, okay? Is the transfer of McDonald's actually at 10:30 for you guys? Because they changed it here. It's 11 AM here. I can't remember when we went to Spain. Was it, what time was it in Spain for the changeover? I think it was like, I think the restaurant opened at 12 but was not even open in the morning. They're both real good most of the time anyways, says Mel. Okay, good, Mel. Good. Nice one. That's what we like to hear. I mean, I watched our War Games recently. At IG. Ask Yeatley. Yeatley, what does that mean? What is Our War Games? Is that an anime? Is that a show? Our War Games. Should I know what that is? Joke's on you, it's 11 here. What about my Coke Light Ice? Guys, this discussion wasn't funny the first time, and it's not funny this time either, okay? Okay, guys, here's a new question. Here's a new question. Marvel is doing new Marvel movies with the new lineup, with all the new characters. Robert Downey Jr. is coming to play Doctor Strange. Is it going to be a good time? And why? Or is the answer no? Are they desperately clutching? Or will it be a good time? What do you guys think? Are we excited? Yes or no? 10:30, 10:30? The Digimon film. Oh, okay, okay. Yeatley, was it good? Sorry, I feel like I should know that. I should really know that, but I'm a bit of a fraud. Please don't hate me. I started watching Devil May Cry. Oh, Multimum! That's a good topic. We haven't chatted about Devil May Cry. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. A little. We talked a little bit about it. I've not seen any more. I've still only seen episode 1 and 2. I've only seen episode 1 and 2 of Devil May Cry. What did you think so far, Multimum? Too early to comment, or are you enjoying it? I've seen a lot of people saying they quite enjoy it, but then I've seen a lot of people complaining, saying that it's not like, I don't know, whatever the elitists would cry about, whatever. It's not really, it's not good for her, whatever. I am Doctor Strange. I watched a good movie recently, says WC, How to Use a Bidet 101. WC, that sounds illegal. You need to watch an instruction video on how to use a bidet. I am quite alarmed. That sounds a bit perverse, and you just wanted an excuse to see someone hydropressuring their butt cheeks. The Diabramon one. I haven't cared about Marvel since Endgame. Do you think this could be your moment to get back into it, Ronan? They released the OG JP cuts of the Digimon movies for USA. Trying to humanize demons, hate it. Blucher, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about Blucher? Are you talking about Devil May Cry or what? Never played a Devil May Cry game in my life. Who needs a sword when you've got guns? The J91, Thez. The SJ91. Wait a minute. We've got two SJs? SJ, do you know the other SJ? And if so, blink twice. SJ and SJ. Oh my god, they're multiplying. They've decided to multiply. Any die-hard fans of Devil May Cry in here? I won't say I'm a die-hard fan of Devil May Cry. I've played the games. Not all of them, though. Everybody knows that Devil May Cry 2 is their favourite. Just kidding, that was a prank. It's cause it's Satanist propaganda. Blucher, would you stop it? Would you stop trolling? Blucher, would you stop trolling me? Blucher, I can hear your voice saying these words. That's alarming. I can hear your voice saying the words that you're typing. Stop it. You're not funny. I don't like the anime's version of Lady. Is that the TV show? Is that the movie about the dog? They made an anime version about Lady. I'm so good. Oh no, Lady's the character from Devil May Cry, isn't she? And you don't like the... She's in episode 2, isn't she? So why not? Why not? Why not? I watched the DMC anime in one day, says Akira. I like it. Okay, cool. Akira, why did you enjoy it? You just thought it was fun? I like the music in it, but then it's very much like my era of when I was young growing up. Like Limp Bizkit and Evanescence and all that stuff that's in it. They play Guerrilla Radio in episode 2, which, if you guys are Tony Hawk fans, you'll remember back in the day, Underground, it wasn't Underground, it was Pro Skater 2 had Guerrilla Radio was the intro music for that game. Incredible. When are we doing a Tony Hawk playthrough, guys? That's what I need to know. When are we going to do another Tony Hawk playthrough? I'd only played 1, 2, 3, still need to play 4. It's different kind of canon story. It's not like the mainline story. I just like how they've got Limp Bizkit on the intro. And then it's got Dante eating pizza. Probably not. I love Devil May Cry 2, Fight Me. Akira, that was the first one I played. Don't tell anyone though, I'm not allowed to talk about it in public. Everybody hates Devil May Cry 2, but then when I ask why people hate it, they never really seem to tell me why. it's just like a commonly accepted thing that it's bad, but I don't know why. I would have to watch a video essay on it. I bet you there's 1,000 video essays out there explaining to me why Devil May Cry 2 sucks balls. I don't know why people hate it. Maybe it's the tone? I don't know. Maybe it's the camera angles, the controls. I actually have no idea. Watched the movie called Boss Level. That was pretty solid, because says Kadaj. Hello, Kadaj. An interesting take on Groundhog Day scenario. Okay. What kind of setting is it set in, Kadaj, the Groundhog Day? Is it like a human planet Earth scenario, or is it like a sci-fi, or what's the setup for it? Is it just like regular humans on planet Earth, or is it something else? Probably not all the characters are really cared about are either dead or old. Iron Man, Cat, Black Widow, basically Thor, Peter Quill. Okay, Ronan, fair. British Dragon, Devil May Cry, Die Hard. The Netflix cartoon is made by people who don't understand. Hate DMC for people who don't understand DMC. Let me read that again, British Dragon. Devil May Cry, Die Hard. The Netflix cartoon is made by people who don't understand / hate Devil May Cry for people who don't understand British Dragon. I don't know what you mean. What was bad about it? Can you explain? I'm happy to discuss, guys, but I need you to articulate an actual convincing argument. You can't just say it's bad and then leave it at that. There needs to be like a direction of the argument. It needs to have structure. What's the points? Why was it bad? You can throw anything into this pot. Like, you can say it's the acting, the writing, the story, the animation. What is it that you don't like about it? What do you not like? I've only watched No Way Home since Endgame. Couldn't care less about all the other characters. Do you think they'll bring Spider-Man back into it? Do you think? Is that just monkey noises or Donkey Kong soundtrack? Lucru, that's what your mum does when I visit. No, I'm kidding. What are we talking about? The Jijimon? Same reason we hate Digimon World 2. Squeeze ain't worth the juice. Josh Strife Hayes' video on Devil May Cry 2 is very good. Also, hello. Vodcrack, what's up, man? Vodcrack, what was your stance on number 2 of Devil May Cry? Because I know I've seen you playing it, and I think I spoke to you. You were streaming it once, Vodcrack, and I was speaking to you, and I said Devil May Cry 2 was the one I played first, and I can't remember what was said after that. I think Landlord John and Grim Reaper with a lawnmower were talking about things. That's all I know. It's shite. Yep. That's really good. Yep. It's shite. Okay, cool. Door closed. End of discussion. Perfect. Thanks, guys. She's not lady I know who was obsessed in killing her father, says Demon King. Rysons, thanks for the follow. What's up? Lucru, what do you know about the squeeze and the juice? Just modern humans just living the same day over and over until you get it right. Okay. Daj, it sounds like The Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt. That's a good movie. Everybody likes that one, right? Spidey 4 already confirmed, yeah. Dude, what was it I saw? Okay, guys, here's a question. This is for the comic book nerds. There's a character in the Marvel universe called White Tiger, is that right? Is there like a guy version of White Tiger and then there's like a girl version? I saw a post the other day that Jenna Ortega was going to be coming into the Marvel universe as White Tiger. Is that true, or have I been duped? As far as I can tell, Devil May Cry was made by people with no respect for the source material. So basically how Disney handled Star Wars. I like how you guys are like trying to like... It's so funny because some of you guys are trying to like light some of these franchises on fire while also like pissing on other ones at the same time. Like Ronan, you've just elbowed Devil May Cry in the face to get to the Star Wars discussion. It's like you just don't care. Or how Netflix handled Cowboy Bebop. Guys, come on now. Cowboy Bebop Netflix was kind of fun, let's be honest. It was a bit cheesy, but it was okay, come on now. I won't die on that hill, but, you know, I actually kind of enjoyed it, come on. I felt like they knew what they were doing. They were taking the piss a little bit, but it was alright. No? Bad? Honestly, 99% of new shows movies have such bad writing. I'm still waiting for reasons why the show of Devil May Cry is bad. You guys just keep... These aren't actually saying anything. What's the argument? You can't just say that they have no idea what they're doing. That still doesn't tell me what was bad about it. It's so dumbed down, all the bosses you beat by standing in the corner and shooting. I played the first one not too long before Devil May Cry 2 and it's miles better. So it's like a difficulty? So Vodcrack, it's not about the writing, the story, the characters, the interactions. It's about how easy the game is. That's the issue with Devil May Cry 2. Is that it? You stand in the corner and you know brain the boss. Maybe that's why I liked it. No, to be honest, Devil May Cry 2 was one of these games where I had no idea what the game I didn't know the game series existed. And I went to my mate Scott's house one time and he was playing it and he showed me the fact that if you pushed like XX and then shot your guns, Dante would literally go upside down with his feet pointing directly at the sky, shooting downwards with his pistols. He was like, check this out, dude. And then he did it and I was like, wow, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Then in the next scene he was fighting a giant monkey in a train yard. Or is it a spider? I actually can't remember. He was fighting a giant something in a train yard. And then I was like, man, this looks awesome. And then I saw the red-headed lady with the boobs and I thought, surely this is the best. So I borrowed it and took it home. It was luckily quite a short game if I remember correctly, but then you could play through the two different characters, right? Devil May Cry 2 is just a shooting game. It poos on the source material. It's unfaithful. What are we talking about now? Are we talking about Star Wars? Are we talking about Cowboy Bebop? Or I need like premises. We keep jumping around too much. Sorry, that's my bad, guys. That's my bad. Devil May Cry cartoon by Netflix completely butches Dante by sidelining. Dragon, just to confirm, this isn't something you've copy and pasted from Google. This is your own thoughts, correct? Devil May Cry cartoon by Netflix completely butches Dante by sidelining him for 80% of the runtime and having him be kidnapped no less than 5 times. Lady from Devil May Cry 3 has her entire character rewritten to be a government shock trooper instead of an independent demon hunter out for her revenge on her dad, and the whole plotline dilutes the demon can be immigrants but US wants to drop nukes in a hill. Okay. Do you know what? I actually haven't seen all of the show yet, so I don't know how much Dante was sidelined. He's quite a big part of episode 1 and 2 from what I've seen. And I thought Lady was quite badass. But I don't know about anything else. Okay. Well, all of that is naff too. Dante feels like a completely different character in 2. In the first game he has so much personality and a lot of one-liners. In 2 he's more silent. Oh, okay. No, that... See, Vodcrack, that right there is something that I could totally... Like, that's something... That's like one of the first things someone said where it's actually like, right, okay. That's fair. So you know... A lot less effort involved. I've definitely played games where you play as a character and then you go into the sequel expecting the same kind of character with the same energy, and if the vibe's just totally different, it's really weird. It's kind of like, not entirely different, but you know how you play Metal Gear Solid 1 and you feel like you're playing as Snake, you're in Snake's head, you're feeling what Snake feels. You go into Metal Gear Solid 2 and then suddenly Snake's like an outside stranger that doesn't really talk to you and he just keeps running away from you and you're like, wait a minute, come back to me, Dad. Not really exactly the same, but, you know. You're like, I want to see you. Stop leaving me. Never mind. I watched the whole thing Saturday night. Okay, so British Dragon, what you're telling me is you're not gonna do a rewatch later on, no? You don't want to watch it again for a second opinion? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry you guys didn't enjoy it. Email, what did email say? I just realised I should have gotten off 5 stops ago. Email, are you okay? Email, what's happening? You didn't fall asleep on the train, did you? Email, are you... Email, hello? Still talking about Devil May Cry. So you guys are saying it butchers the source material. Okay, question, guys. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just asking a question. A broad question. Do you guys think that TV shows and animes can be made about games, or vice versa, maybe games about movies, that are like a little bit different to the source material and still be enjoyable? Is that impossible or no? Like, if they made that anime, I'm not saying this is how I feel, or I'm just posing the question, because I know people get their knickers in a twist about this stuff all the time. Sometimes it's totally reasonable and fair, and sometimes it's like, dude, go outside and touch grass, right? I'm not saying that's you guys, but I'm just thinking, do you guys think that they have the ability to make, you know, other forms of media different to the source that is, like, kind of inspired by the original source, is what I mean. Do you guys think that that should be allowed? Because that can sometimes be okay. Oh, if he hasn't seen all of it yet, be careful about spoiling him. Thanks, Rysons. Rysons, I knew somebody cared about me. I knew one of yous cared. White Tiger was a guy in Daredevil. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's it. And I think it's teaming up with his niece to be the female counterpart. She's not played by Jenna. Okay, so that's what I saw. Like, that's why the guy who was making the video was commenting on it, because White Tiger was just announced in Daredevil. So people said it would be a bit weird if Jenna suddenly became that character. So maybe that's not. Maybe it's just a rumor. One Piece live action was great, and it changed stuff, and it still respected the source. Look at the Resident Evil games and movies. Chris, are you telling... Okay, I want to just get this clear. Chris, obviously the Resident Evil movies are very different to the games. Are you saying that you enjoyed the movies, Chris, and that you think that it is possible to do different things? Obviously, the Resident Evil movies made a lot of money, or they wouldn't have kept making them, but there's so many bad Resident Evil TV shows. I tried really hard to watch the animated Resident Evil stuff. You guys ever saw like the 1.5 hour movies that are on Netflix? There's like Resident Evil Vengeance and then Resident Evil this, that, and the next thing. I watched one of them. I don't know what one it was. It was the one where the villain is the guy getting married and then the bomb gets dropped on his wedding. And then Leon and Chris and stuff have to go kick his ass. I enjoyed the Super Mario Brothers movie, the 90s one. What about the Super Mario Brothers rap battle against the Wright brothers, Blue Crew? Did you enjoy that? I started playing Devil May Cry 3 and it was silly over-the-top combat and one-liners. 4 is kind of similar. The TV show seems pretty on-brand to Steve. What about Devil May Cry 1 and 2, Steve? Have you played those ones? They can, but most people probably expect a one-to-one story and are let down as soon as it deviates. I think it's the expectations of the market in there, right? Like, guys, if you go into a movie and it's made very clear from the marketing that the movie is going to be a spin-off or a, you know, a retelling or an interpretation of a novel or another movie or a TV show, like, who's the idiot there? Now, if you guys were to if you guys told me that the marketing for the Netflix Devil May Cry series was very deceptive, if you guys told me it was very deceptive and they said it's going to be a one-to-one replication of the games, a true timeline, perfectly, you know, matched up, if they had said that and then it wasn't, I could understand why people would get mad. But what did they say about the show before it released? Did they set it up like it was going to be a retelling, or was it supposed to be its own story? Like, what was the setup for it? Because that would change my opinion of this discussion. Again, I've not seen the show in its entirety, and I've not even played all of the games, so I'm just discussing it. I'm not saying I agree one way or the other, but the live-action Rurouni Kenshins out of Japan were good. They were good, yeah. They were good. They done very well, Ronan. I enjoyed those. That was like one of the only live-action movies that done well. So it is possible, but... You see how well it worked for Snow White? Weird. Don't make me start, guys. Don't start me. Don't make me start doing that again. I can't. I did that all yesterday, and then I did it after the stream as well, when I was in my room alone, which actually was weird. Don't start me doing... Don't mention Snow White, okay? I think they can if the people making the film know how the source material works, unlike some films, cough cough, Monster Hunter. Oh yeah. Monster Hunter was also made by the guy who made the Resident Evil movies. I don't know if you guys knew that. Jack calling us idiots confirmed. Full Metal Alchemist was good. Full Metal Alchemist, the live-action TV show, Messiah? Oh, sorry, Kiba, or what? I haven't played them yet, no. I feel like the camera and controls might be a bit much in this day and age. Maybe, Steve, I don't know. There is a HD remaster of 1 and 2, Steve, but I don't know if it's on... It might only be on, like, PS3 or something, I don't know. Fix, thank you. Thanks for the follow, what's up? When they gonna Digivolve, asked Harris. I don't know, mate. Your guess is as good as mine. In-game tomorrow, I think. Who knows? Let's go to a new location, guys. Let's get out of here. These Jijimon are starting to give us less points. I've got a new spot for you, I think. Let's try Jijimon. I don't know if I can go here yet. I don't know if I'm a little bit early. Guys, does my guides normally tell me to go to Jijimon after Jijimon or after Wargrowmon? I actually can't remember. I think it's before, right? I'm just going to quickly check out my items. We've still got quite a lot of recoveries. I'll maybe top up a little bit here. Just on a couple of medium recoveries, I'll buy like 12 more. We can always come back if we need to. Regens are fine. That's all fine. Repair the tent. Borderlands. Oh yeah, I think from what I heard, the Borderlands movie was a bit of a... Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know what to say about that. Interestingly enough, I've not got any time in Borderlands at all, which is really bizarre. And the reason why it's bizarre is because I actually feel like Borderlands was a game series that I would really enjoy. So the fact I've never checked out is weird. It's just weird. It's just because Borderlands kind of came out at a point where I was like moving away from my PlayStation. So that was a factor, and then also none of my friends played it either. So I had like nothing to pull me into the world. Does that make sense? Kind of a chump cop out, but do you know what? One time I downloaded Borderlands to play with my friends, and we all downloaded it, and I think we played it for like 5 minutes, and then we turned it off. Which is very strange. I don't know when the fuck that was, but I'm pretty sure that happened once. I think we all installed it, played it for 2 minutes, and then turned it off because somebody had to go for their dinner or something. And then we just never went back to it. What do I need? Restaurant? Digibamboo, Digi-oil. My fields need Godwood, so I'm not going to get that anytime soon. Hospital's miles away. Restaurante. Well, these upgrades kind of suck. Let's do the warehouse. It's fine. Go on that, that's pretty boring. Original Full Metal Alchemist was good. Oh, you guys mean like Full Metal Alchemist had a show and then they did the Brotherhood, the sequel kind of, well, no, excuse me, the retelling, the second version. What's the age of you guys? Asked Chris, I'll show you. For anybody interested. My Digimon are age 3 and 3, guys. They're very young. Dragon Ball Evolution, we don't talk about that. Was it weird, Jack? Don't. Guys, don't. Snow White took its crown. No way. Detective Pikachu was a good adaptation. Well, see, the thing is, here's my thoughts on Detective Pikachu, because that was a successful movie, and when I watched it, I did think it was quite good. I thought it was funny. But I feel like when you do a live-action movie, guys, of like an anime or something, and you make it purely a comedy, do you not feel like that's a bit of a safe play? I'm not saying it's bad. Obviously, the intention was for them to make a Pokemon movie in the modern era and make a lot of money, and they did exactly that, so fair play to them. But do you guys not think that when they make a comedy joke meme Pokemon live action movie, do you not think that's a bit of a cop-out? Like, if they tried to make a serious one, it would be so much harder to get right. So instead, they just make like a comedy. I'm not saying it was bad, it was good, but like, if they had made like a serious live action movie and it was really good, then that would have been like truly groundbreaking stuff. But you know, I like if they don't make it, if they make it loopy and silly to try and make you laugh, and then people don't care about it as much. Like they don't really, I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but like I think it would. I don't really know if it says much about Detective Pikachu because it was just a meme fest, right? We're gonna go Mod Cape Hinterland, and I'm gonna try and fight Jijimon. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is top tier. I enjoyed Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, yes. What about age 4 to 6? Should they pop up to champion? Chris, honestly, mate, I don't know. I know you want to know, Chris. We'll find out soon enough, dude. These guys have only got a couple of days left. If they Digivolve tomorrow, cool. I think it'll be the day after, honestly, but I'm not sure. I'm just gonna keep grinding them until they change, to be honest. I don't think Pokemon will ever go serious anymore. You might be right, Uni. You might be right. I just think it's playing it safe, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe they've seen so many live-action failures over the years and thought, we're not even going to try. Right, what is Jijimon? You are a very scary opponent. Can I take you on? Are we strong enough for this? I maybe need to put on some better moves. Right, we're fighting Devimon just fine here. This guy will give you insane stats, by the way. like insane stats. You just need to be strong enough to beat him. Depends on the source material. Like for Pokemon, it's a safe bet to go comedy. Yeah, for sure. Like I know why they did it, guys. Like if they said to me, Jack, go make a movie and spend your own money to make it, I would probably opt for a comedy because it's probably the easiest angle. But do you not think that, like, I mean, this is just me, and maybe I'm just an idiot for thinking this, but like when I was watching Detective Pikachu and I saw the live action, like obviously some of the Pokemon were supposed to be silly, like Psyduck and whatnot. They're like terrifyingly like silly. But like a part of me did kind of think like maybe this is like a test to see if they could get away with doing live action Pokemon and maybe going down the serious route. Like a live action telling of like Pokemon Red or something. But I don't know. Maybe the technology's not there for that yet. I genuinely don't know. The Last of Us elaborates on some stuff, compresses other stuff. A great TV adaptation with quite a lot of changes. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Dak. I started The Last of Us TV show, but I didn't get too far into it. I got to the episode with Bill and his husband, and then I stopped after it. Not because I thought it was bad or I hated it, or I just didn't watch the next episode. Me and Mrs. Wolfie were watching it. Something else came up and we started doing something else. I can't remember. But I did see they're making the new season, and it looks like, do you know what? There's some season. The trailer for the new season for season 2 looks like they have went really hard trying to mimic the second game, which, I mean, so many things we could talk about regarding that. Hey, Fixion, what's up, Fixion? Welcome, MT, welcome. All that being said, what Digimon game series would lend itself best to a live action adaptation? Oh, Kadaj, mate, I don't know. Like I said, guys, like obviously, just like Pokemon going for comedy, I feel like that was the safe route. I think if Digimon done a live action like all these other animes that have came along and tried, you know, we've had One Piece, we've had Bleach. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Bleach actually had a live action TV show as well, did it not? Did they not try and do that as well? Kenshin did the live action movies and they done well enough, but remember, Kenshin was a story about a swordsman, right? There was not like any... Yeah, they had to do special effects, but it's not like they had like kaijus or anything walking around in that movie, that series of movies. Like, if you were to try and do a live action Digimon game, you would have to work on that for many years for it to come out looking decent, and they would have to have a huge blockbuster budget for it to even have a chance at being respected. And I just don't see them ever going for that. I just don't see that ever turning a profit, and if it's not going to turn a profit with a huge investment like that, they're never going to do it. I mean, they might do it for funsies, but if they do, I don't think they'll take it seriously. Because they would be setting themselves up for failure, I think, truly. Would I like them to do a live-action Digimon movie with a big budget and like a really good team and, you know, work really hard on it and have a good go at it? Yeah, I mean, maybe that could be fun, but I think the room for error is much larger than the room for success. Or the chances of success are a lot lower than anything else that could produce. I could produce some fucking horrors, guys. Or a ton of memes, which is maybe worse for them, you know? Maybe that's their worst fear. That they try to make it really serious and then people shit all over it so much that it becomes the next online meme for the next 10 years. Do you know what I mean? There's always that possibility. I only just got into Digimon, says Yoon, but I like the more serious feel of it, playing Cyber Sleuth. Nice. Yoon, I'm glad you're having fun with it. I feel like Digimon has always typically been aimed at a more kind of... You could argue that it's made for kids, but I think it's always been aimed at a more older audience slightly. It's always got a bit more of a mature tone, especially some of the games. I mean, Survive is very kind of dark and I would say adult. I'd watch a live action realistic Digimon movie where the Digimon are hideous monsters hunting the main character. Yeah, that could be cool. They could go all in the other direction and make it a horror movie, yeah. That would be really cool. Like, genuinely, I think that'd be alright. I don't think people would feel good about Agumon being a velociraptor tearing flesh off of humans, but That's certainly a take that could be interesting. There's got to be like a couple of fan fictions out there about that kind of stuff, right? I bet there's like 1 or 2 golden gems out there of like fan writing. I feel like there's going to be a Godzilla style movie if they make a live action where Greymon is Godzilla. Then there's the cyberpunk style, so they can swap between reality and cyberspace easily. It might be cheaper to go the urban fantasy vibe of Tamers. Like, I agree with you. I think that would be the better option, but do I want to watch that, man? Like, I'm very biased when it comes to Digimon, guys, and I know that my thoughts aren't the same as everyone else. I'm not saying everybody should agree with me. Mirage, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Thank you, Mirage. When I watch Digimon related stuff, like, I guess it doesn't really matter when I'm watching the show. I know Tamers Season 3 was very popular. I know a lot of people enjoyed that. Like, when I play the Digimon games, guys, I really want to be playing in the digital world, but obviously that's a lot harder for them to pull off from like a CGI point of view. So if they were to make a movie or a TV show or whatever, I think that's probably going to be a lot hard work. Apocalypse, hi.
Why should you get to laugh, while I am forced to cry? Why do you get to taste the best that life has to offer, while all I can do is choke on its leftovers? Answer me this. Why do all you get the pizza, while I get the crust?
Apocalypse, I didn't get the pizza. Ali went for the pizza. Not my fault, dude. Apocalypse, thank you for the very kind £5. I didn't know you had a regular job, Apocalypse, but I am delighted with that, thank you. Make a Tamers live action movie, but it's Tamers in 1984. Oh my god. We're gonna go back in time. We're gonna watch a Digimon movie set during World War II. Okay guys, let me pitch it to you. The Nazis are desperate. They're losing the war, but there's still 3 left. There's still 3 years left. So they start bioengineering dinosaurs, which they christen whatever Digimon would be in German. Heisen Digimons, and they start employing them onto the battlefield when suddenly the dinosaurs evolve. What do you guys think? Yeah? Bandai, you writing this down? Maybe they should do a Pokemon Digimon crossover to settle which is the best franchise. How would they do that, Steve? Who would be the referee? Like, I feel like a third party company has to design it. It has to be like I was going to say the writers of Dragon Ball or something, but he's just passed away, hasn't he? Sad times. Let Hideo do it. Oh, yes, please. Hideo. I always say his name wrong. I always call him Hideo. Hideo, yeah. Hideo Kojima. Oh, that would be... Steve, that's a great idea. He could be the ref. Bring in the Kojima. It's just him smiling. Dude, I wonder what it's like for Kojima to work with other people. Can you just imagine him trying to explain to his writing staff? He's like, yeah, but I want him to be psychic. And I want him to be a clone of that guy, but also pop out of that guy while also pretending to be another clone. And the writers are like, right, boss. I want you to make that guy fly, and I want that guy to have laser beam eyes, but I want him to only exist in the mind of his daughter after the car crash. Right, and what car crash would that be, sir? The imaginary one. How can we fit cyborg ninjas into this? Put it in. And call them all Snake. But sir, Pikachu has always been Pikachu. Call them all Snake! Pika-Pee! That's liquid Pika to you. Honestly, Kojima is legendary. You know when you go for a job interview under Hideo Kojima? I bet you it's like the most abnormal job. You know how like you would normally, all the traditional job interviews, you go in and you're like, you sort your tie. You look at yourself in the mirror, you wipe the yogurt off your face. I would like to work for this company because I believe in its customer service, its international policy, and its human rights, environmentally friendly, blah-de-blah-de-blah, you know. I feel like you'd go into the room with Kojima and you'd start saying all this and then he'd be like, let me just cut you off there. What do you think about dinosaurs with lasers? Don't you want to see my GCSEs? No. What do you think about psychic ninjas? Yeah, I'm kind of down for that. What about if I walked into the office tomorrow wearing nothing but my underpants and a shower cap and a snorkel? Honestly, sir, it's your office. I could just pretend like you weren't there. Perfect, you're hired. I feel like if I was a boss and I was in a really comfortable position, let's say I needed to recruit just somebody, and they were honest. I actually might enjoy that. I think that the reality is, right, for a lot of smart, intelligent people, not always, of course, I think, like, a lot of interviewers in the modern era know that they're playing a game. They have to ask questions. They have to go through the cycle, and you have to play the game where you pretend, you know, you can't just, a lot of the time we all think the same as email. We all want to say, well, I'm here because there was an advert, and I really need money, and you guys have a decent salary, or at least, hey, this is the starting point for my career so that I can go into something better next year. Like, that's what you want to say, but you can never just say that, right? Everybody has to play the game. I think a lot of intelligent interviewers will often know that's what's happening. And at some point or another, they were also the bullshitter, right? Like, at some point or another, they had to get the job that they're in, where they're interviewing you. And at some point, they went through all the bullshit interview questions, where you pretend like you give a fuck about all that shit. By the way, maybe you do, by the way, in certain scenarios. Maybe you do really like the company and what they stand for. I'm not saying it's a lie every time, but I think a lot of the time it's a bit nonsense, right? I think it would be nice to have a bit of fucking honesty once or twice. I think if I was interviewing someone, I want someone to just be honest in a bad way, like, oh, hey, what's your favourite thing to do? Punch children. It's like, well, I'd rather you didn't tell me that, but I'm very passionate about not starving to death, smile. Yep. Honestly, maybe if you can make your interviewer laugh, that would be okay. Would that work in a really intense role? In a really, you know, if you're going for like a top job at a law firm, I don't think that's going to work, but you know, hi, I'm a heart surgeon. I'm applying to be your new heart surgeon, but I'm also funny. I'm not very good at my job, but I'm funny. I don't think that would apply, but, you know, who knows? I had no idea when I was first going to interviews, I had no idea how to dress. And I actually cringed to think about, there was a time I went for a grocery store. I went for like a part-time job in the local supermarket when I was really young. I think I must have been like 17. Because I was still in high school at the time and I was trying to get like a weekend job. And no joke, guys, I think I went to this supermarket interview in like a fucking, like a black suit with a tie. And like, dude, I must have turned up at this old woman interviewed me, right? This old woman, she was obviously just setting up for her whole week. And I was like the first interview, first thing on a Monday. I turned up looking like a fucking Men in Black, you know? Except at the end of the interview, it was her holding up the, you know, the memory wipe device. She held it up to herself and then like flashed herself so she could forget the interview. It was that cringe. No, I was, dude, nobody told me. I didn't know. Like, I just wore what I thought was right, but in hindsight, I was like, maybe I should have just been a bit more smart casual, you know? Oh god, brutal. Miranda, what's up, Miranda? Miranda Decker, hello. Hi, how do I make fast money in the beginning of the game? I have the first bit tamer skill unlocked, not fully. Miranda, you can make money in a few ways. You can go around and you can grab items from the area. Nice and easy. You can forage lots and lots of stuff. If you want, you can fish. If you have the fishing rod, you can fish, catch lots of fish, sell them to the shopkeeper in town. You can do battles for money if you want to. Lots of ways to make money. Miranda, check out my playlist tab on YouTube. You're on my channel right now, watching the live stream, yeah? Check out my playlist tab. I've got a bunch of guides for Next Order. There's a playlist and it's called Digimon World Next Order Guides. Watch the videos at the top. There's a tips video. That'll hopefully help you. You can let me know if you're still stuck though. So, like I guess my point is, what Ace Spade says is sometimes it's about just showing off your personality in a positive stance. Are you going to be someone who works well with others in the company? Are you going to turn up and not cause a fuss? I feel like that's 90% of what employers want these days. Like, obviously, you need the required credentials. You can't just, like, fake your way in. But, like, assuming that you're on the same playing field as another qualified individual, if you're someone who's going to turn up, is going to be well-dressed, presentable by the company, not cause a fuss, not cause any fights, not get anybody in trouble, just follow orders and do it in a way that is somewhat efficient, like, you're probably going to stand out next to... You're going to probably be a better choice than someone who's, like, 500 IQ, but is, like, really, really annoying, you know? Another thing I've thought about, guys, and this is more of a copium strategy, but I do think, like, see if you end up getting fired from somewhere and you're unhappy about it, just remember that, like, there are many more other opportunities out there for you. And the job that you just got fired from, although you might have been happy there, comfortable there, maybe you enjoyed working with the people, that is not the best job in the world for you. And if you can try and think about things that way, that's also a good way to kind of try and... Again, it's not always as easy as just say it and do it, but There is always another opportunity. If it's not for you, it won't go by you, you know? So Kakashi, maybe that job wouldn't have been great for you in the long term. Maybe there was downsides to it. Maybe it opened the door. You know, getting fired from one job can sometimes be the opportunity to find a better job. Gives you that little push. And obviously, if you've got rent to pay and bills to pay, or like maybe you've got 18 kids, there's maybe reasons why you don't want to keep your job. I get it, but you gotta try and find the positives, I think, guys. As hard as it is. Garuru! He did 1000 Year of Death Jutsu. Garuru, is that the Naruto move where you took 2 fingers and stick them up another ninja's ass? Here's me trying to have a solid, mature conversation with you guys, and this is what you set me with. Garuru, how are you going to join and then say that to me? It's really good to practice for interviews and do a lot. Don't give up, it's a good tip. VC, hell yeah, man. VC, look at you now. VC, you told me you work in a bank, is that right? Did I make that up? Did I make that up, VC? Maybe I did. Question. When I see your Digimon in 3rd gen have high stats, they usually digivolve into harder rookies, like the red egg giving you Guilmon, who has a higher stats for his Digivolution as compared to Solarmon, who have less stats. So, what is the question, Harris? Let's say your 3rd gen digivolved into Solarmon since they have high stats. Would they digivolve instantly when respected Digivolution days roll around? Harris, are you saying like if there's like, let me just try and understand your question, friend. So Harris, do you mean that if there is like multiple Digivolutions available, how does the game choose which Digimon to turn into? Is that what you mean? Or, because I saw you gave the Solarmon example there. When I see your Digimon in 3rd gen have high stats, they usually digivolve to harder rookies. Obviously, every egg has, like, when you grow an egg out of in training into baby mode, the first couple of babies have options to go into rookies. Some of the rookies are considered, like, kind of premium rookies. Like, Agumon is considered a premium rookie. Maybe some kind of, like, clone-copied, like, weak sauce Digimon, like, I don't know. I don't want to say Devimon, because he's kind of canonically cool, but like, we have our 2 rookies in this generation are Vmon and Biomon. Those are like staple Digimon of the series, right? They're harder to get than, say, like Goblimon or something. So, like, do these Digimon have high requirements? Yes. Is that what you're asking me? Yo, still going? Really on the grind today? What's up? I went to the store and didn't buy anything. Yay, Jesse, congrats. Did you remember your monies, Jesse? Jesse, you were looking, but you didn't want to spend money, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Well done, Jesse. I didn't understood what you told me. Can you repeat? Oh yeah, sorry. VC, do you work in a bank in Brazil? Or did I make that up in my head? Do you work in a bank? I'm trying to remember. Just looking at prices. The only reason I ask is because, VC, you said that you tried lots of interviews, and obviously you went around lots of different places interviewing. But I think you told me last time you worked in... Maybe I made that up, actually. I know Chris told me he worked in a bank, but I'm trying to remember who else told me. Maybe I made that up. No, I work in a hotel company. Oh, okay. I see. Oh. I don't know why I thought you worked in the bank. Must have got you muddled, I'm sorry. Okay. Do you enjoy working for the hotel, VC? Wait, once these chaps digivolve to champion, will this training... Once these chaps digivolve to champion, will this training be not effective anymore? Are you still trying to get good stats because Mega Digimon is an ultimate Digimon? Yeetle, I'm just staying here because I'm still gaining stats. That's the only way I think about this. Like, when my Digimon digivolve to ultimate, they'll get a little stat buff, and this Digimon won't be that great to fight against, I'll move on. But because these guys are still getting lots of stats, or at least I think they are, I've not been paying attention. Yeah, we're still getting, like, insane stats here, so because this fight is easy for me, and because we're getting more powerful, I'm just going to stay here. That's it, that's the end of the the thought process. Like, we could go fight Wargroundmon, I guess. But, like, we're beating this guy, and he's giving us maximum gains. So why would we not stay here, right? When my Digimon Digivolve, I might change it up. Like, here's how it's going to work, guys. If my Digimon Digivolve right now, right? If I stop this and they Digivolve, I would then fight Jijimon again. And I would see what stats they get, what Jijimon gives me. If he gives me lots of stats still, I'll just jog on. You know, or if he gives me lots of stats, I'll stay here. If he doesn't give me any stats, I'll go to the next spot. You know? You can do whatever makes sense. Like, you don't have to follow the guide, you know, spot by spot. Just do whatever makes sense to you. Because this guy's still giving me lots of points, I'm just going to stay here. Because at the end of the day, our goal is to not fight at a specific area. Our goal is to just get as strong as possible. Honestly, at this point, we're kind of OP, to be honest. I probably don't need to keep training as much as this, but we're kind of in it now. I just wanted to kind of show you guys what's possible. I also know that some of these fights in the late game are going to be very, very strong. And so, to make sure we have the best chance possible of fighting those, we want to be solid. I don't want to have to rely on EXE Digivolution to win against the enemies. Also, that actually reminds me, I was supposed to check my YouTube video today to see if the video that I put up was actually cleansed of its copyright claim. Let me just check that, guys. I think it has. Hopefully. Just going to double check that, guys. I'm going to turn the monetization on for this VOD that I'm going to be posting later on tonight. I think so. I had a copyright claim which turned off my monetization, and I had to process the... It's just my upload for later tonight that I'm looking at, but luckily it looks like it's gone. Which is good. It means I can post this later and feel good about it. Awesome. Okay, sorry for the quick break, guys. Nope. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I travel, but sometimes I have to go to the hotels for implementing systems and do support. I work as a coordinator of innovations for all Latino America. BCU Chad. That's awesome. Allacor is a French company, the one from Paris Saint-Germain soccer team, you know. I know, you mentioned a couple of things. I know Mercure, you said, right? Mercure Hotels. Fairmont I've heard of. Ibis Hotel, I'm not sure. Accor Ibis. It sounds, do you know what, VC? Mrs. Wilfie would probably know. She's really into these kind of things. This isn't exactly my forte. But yeah, I'm pretty sure some other people in the chat will definitely have heard of these. There's a Mercure Hotel not too far away from where I live, so obviously I'm quite familiar with that brand. I was asking if you get a weak sauce Digimon in 3rd gen where their stats are way above their Digivolution requirements. When the Digimon day rolls around, would they instantly Digivolve? Yes, Hannes, yes. When the timer is up for, you know, I call it the grace period. If you have stats, if you have the stats, yeah, your Digimon will Digivolve as soon as they possibly can, yeah. There's a little delay where you have to wait. Like these, okay, I guess this is what you're asking, and I think I understand now, sorry. It took me a minute. So, these Digimon right now have 3,000 stamina, right? 3,000 strength. They're only in rookie form. Very soon, these guys are going to Digivolve into Champion. And when they Digivolve into Champion, they will already have the stats to go into Ultimate. And realistically, they will already have the stats to go into Mega too. But they won't like double Digivolve, if that's what you're asking. They will turn into Champion. And then, if I just left them for 2 days and didn't touch the controller, the day would tick by, day 1, day 2, day 3. On day 3, they would instantly Digivolve together. Yes, as soon as the clock strikes midnight. As soon as that grace period is over, they will instantly Digivolve, even if I don't touch the controller. Now, obviously, if I didn't touch the controller for 2 days, they would need fed and all that stuff, so we'd get cure mistakes. But do you know what I mean? See these requirements here, guys? This is enough to get you into Mega. To get Mega in this game, you probably need about, I don't know, 1,000 strength, 2,000 strength. It depends on which Mega you want, obviously. 10,000 HP is normally a good requirement. We've got way more than that. So yeah, we have, although these guys are already, they're only rookie, they have the stats to go into Mega already, yes. Email, well done on getting home. I'm back, baby. Are you losing? Ali, how's the pizza? I'm actually going to go pee, guys. I'm going to quickly go pee. I'll be back in a jiffy. I should answer some questions really quickly as well. Maybe some unspoken questions that you guys might be thinking watching this. I would encourage everybody who is watching this on YouTube to ask a question in the comments. No question is a silly question, unless it's Blue Crew. He asks silly questions all the time. But if you guys genuinely have a question about how Next Order works or something you don't understand, ask me in the YouTube comments. And even if I don't answer you guys, somebody else probably will. Right now, see these stats that we have with Vmon and Biomon, 2 rookie Digimon, right? Realistically, based on how the megas work in this game, these rookies are never really supposed to be this powerful. The fact that we're doing this it's honestly kind of breaking the game a little bit, right? And this is how you can play Next Order to basically take over it and dominate it without any trouble whatsoever. Anybody who's followed my guides in the past will be getting to this kind of point, right? We've made it look so easy, we've not even been concentrating, it's so straightforward. The only thing that it is requiring us is time. See, with our stats like this, guys, with our stats above 3,500 as rookies, we are pretty much strong enough to beat most of the mid-game and maybe even some of the late-game fights. Like, 3k stats is crazy for the rookies, and I'm not saying that as a flex. What I mean is, you could then go on to do other stuff in the game and beat the game. Sometimes I see people get to like 5k stats, and then they'll say like, Jack, I can't train against the next opponent in the training list because he's not there, he's not available. Like, what do? I don't have access to the next part of the train. And it's like, dude, if you have 5k stats, you are way stronger than you need to be in order to beat the main game. So if you don't have the area unlocked yet, go fight the next part of the story and come back. See if the area is available. Go fight the story, progress the story, go beat the game, recruit some harder fights, and then continue on, you know? I think sometimes people get too caught up where, you know that famous adage, guys, where it's like you can't see the wood for the trees. You're looking for the forest, but you can't see them because the trees are in the way. Sometimes I feel like that applies completely to this game, where people are like, they're so caught up in the numbers, they're like, man, how do I get stronger, Jack? I can't get stronger. It's like, bro, you have everything you need, go beat the game. And then if you want to get max stats or like stronger stats later, you'll have the areas unlocked. Does that make sense? Anyways, Saint, it's nice to see you. Just finished the game yesterday and recruited Imperial Digimon. Thanks to your guides, I reached around 9k. Nice one, Saint. Much love, homie. Naoya, Nayako? Naoya. I don't know how to say your name. Nayako, what's up? I just started and I need some recommendations on tamer skills. I got you, Nayako. Make sure you guys check out my guides, folk, on my YouTube channel. Go into the guides playlist and watch my new Next Order guides. They're not new anymore, but they're still applicable. We cover tamer skills in depth in those guides, Naoya. But at the same time, I can show you guys, when I first play this game, let's speedrun this, right? When I first play this game, I'll hide my webcam. When I first play this game, you want to make sure you prioritize the block command. See this thing here? Defense order. Do I have my mouse, actually? Yeah. Okay, cool. See this perk? This one is important. After that, I like these ones, but you don't have to. These give you more XP when you fight. This one here. Boosts in battle skill learning rate. You can take these if you want. Some people don't like them. Whatever. HP and MP when you run around the map is super nice. Super cool. Nice quality of life. If you're doing a lot of training like we're doing, where you're running spot to spot to spot to spot, HP and MP recovery is really cool. I'd grab those. Ignore all of this stuff. Digivolution parameters when you digivolve. You're going to be doing a lot of digivolution, so this is a really nice couple of... You don't have to get all of them. Even just taking these two in the early game will be nice. It'll give you... Or even the first one is nice. Ignore all the happiness stuff. In my opinion, not relevant. If you're doing gym training, you could theoretically take the gym training perks. I never touch these. It's entirely up to you guys, though. And then down here, when your Digimon are reborn, if you feel like your Digimon are dying all the time, you can take advantage of that with this. When you are born again, you get more points when you reappear as a new Digimon. When your eggs come around, you inherit more stats. I've got 3 perks here, but realistically, that's only because we just were reborn and I thought I had so many tamer skills, right? I've got 1,000,000 tamer skills. So I thought I'd spend some points on these. We've just had these 2 babies born. But honestly, it doesn't matter. If you feel like your Digimon are dying too fast and you want to live longer, these perks are really good. Extend life from Digivolution, natural increase to life. You can take this if you want. And after that, nothing else. You can see, guys, there's actually not that much stuff that we have in terms of this playthrough right now, right? Like, we don't really have a lot of tamer skills. We've neglected a lot of them, really. Anything to do with creating money or whatever, I've just been ignoring. Anything to do with happiness, I've been ignoring. Realistically, I might take some extractor types soon just for peace of mind and saving ourselves some time later, but for you guys, it just depends on how you play and how many fights you're doing. How do you get so powerful? Asked Harris. You just play the game a lot, homie. Watch my guides. Watch the playthrough on YouTube. go through it, watch the playthrough, copy everything we do, listen to what I'm saying. Super easy, guys. Nanako! Every day's a great day. At your Junus. Did I get it right, Ali? No, Nanako! A GF thinks I'm watching the stream too much. Had to explain to her it's not every day Ed Sheeran plays Digimon. Says Ace Spades. Ace Spades, you tell your girlfriend you're going to watch some Digimon today and she's going to like it, okay? And tell her if she wants to fight Ed Sheeran, she just lets me know. I'll meet her out back. I'm not holding back though. Oh, Mrs. Wilfie, hi. There she is. The woman of the hour. A new coffee. Costa was out of stock, okay. Nescafe Alterica. That sounds exotic, thank you. Nescafe. Mrs. Wilfie, you're a star, an angel, and a wee stunner. Thank you. Alright guys, we got a nice black coffee to keep us going through the remainder of our training today. I'm going to try and speed all this up and editing later so that most of this stuff is kept in, but not like all of it. I'll put my stickers and stuff back on. Although I shouldn't normally announce that to you guys, I know what you're like. Truly special crossover, I'm loving the grind day. Thank you, Messiah, that's very kind of you to say that. My take on perks don't extend your Digimon life. Yeah, saying it's funny. I would also say that, but only if you know what you're doing. If you're new to the game, extending your Digimon's life will help you have a bit more stability, I think. But if you're someone who knows the game very well and have played it a lot, I don't think the life extension perks are very necessary. I actually regret taking the one we have, and I've mentioned that to you guys over the last couple of days. So, but it's entirely up to you guys. There's so many different levels of people who play this game, and there's a different level of there's levels of skill to Next Order. The only reason we kind of know where we're going and what we're doing, guys, is because we've played it so bloody much. It's not because we're 400 IQ. It's just through trial and error and knowing what works and what doesn't, and then repeating the good stuff over and over. Realistically, at this point, guys, I feel completely comfortable playing Next Order. Like, after after Gen 1, Gen 2, trying to get these two in sync, as soon as these two Digimon last night, when we were playing yesterday in episode 5, I think it was episode 5, yes. When these two Digivolved from in training 1 and 2 into rookies at the same time, I knew the rest of the playthrough was going to be an absolute cakewalk. We've found that core anchor, and I just knew that after that point, we're literally going to be undefeatable for the rest of the game. There will still be losses, and maybe we'll lose to some of the harder fights, and I don't know what our next Digimon are going to be or what the challenges are going to bring, but for the most part, I feel completely comfortable now. Like, we have everything we need. The path in front of us is clear. The path to fucking ass kickery and absolute domination. I think they are family related, but Jack doesn't like to share details. What's the question? Oh, is this you guys pretending that I'm Ed Sheeran's dad or son or... Guys, listen, me and Ed, we go way back, okay? Me and Ed, we go way back. He doesn't know it. He doesn't even know we exist. But you know what? If we met Ed, we could probably give him a high five, at the very least. I wouldn't ask him for one, though. I wouldn't want to weird him out. He probably gets that all the time, actually. I would just say, Ed, I hope you're having a lovely day, and I would leave it at that. And then he would say, Jack, show me how to become mega level, max stats in Next Order. And I'd say, Ed, sorry, I'm playing a concert later. I'm streaming to my 50 viewers later. Caffeine and stats, such a good digi day. These have been incredible today, guys. I know that the grind episodes are not particularly the most exciting parts of the playthrough, but they are like a necessary part. They're like a get down to business, get your hands dirty kind of day, and once you do, it makes the rest of the game easier. And again, it's also educational for people who are watching this playthrough to try and learn. Because I do feel like these games could be really fun in the future for us, but people need to understand how they work for people to enjoy it. And then if more people enjoy it, maybe they'll make more of them. That's my hope. It's very much an acquired taste, though. It's very much an acquired taste, guys. Not for everyone. I think a lot of people, their immediate knee-jerk... If you play this game and it immediately pisses you off, I think a lot of people, their knee-jerk reaction is, I hate this game, it sucks. And that's probably because it confuses them and it stresses them out, right? They turn on expecting it to be an absolute chill time. and then they end up getting mullered. Do you guys have that expression, mullered? They end up getting their bums spanked over and over. And I think their immediate reaction was, you know, when you play a game, guys, as an adult, and it pounds you over and over, sometimes in a way that doesn't feel fair, you do resent it a little bit, right? But it's actually about just learning the systems and learning where to go and what to do. And that just comes in time. If Next Order 2 was to come out tomorrow, guys, and we sat down to play it live on stream together, day 1, hour 1, and I had no idea where I was going. I had no idea who I could speak to. I had no idea of my Digivolution requirements to get to the next level. We would be in trouble. It would be a mess. The playthrough would be a mess. It would be a fucking beautiful, amazing, romantic mess. But do you know what? It would be a disaster. The only reason it goes so well for us is because we know what to do, but that just comes with practice, you know? Caffeine and stats. You will choose who they will digivolve? OMG, you have the full story created on your mind of your encounter with Ed. So funny. VC, how do you know I haven't actually met Ed before? How do you know me and Ed don't phone call every night? Me and Ed are on Discord sometimes. He'll ask me how it's going. He'll say, Jack, how you doing? How was the stream? How were the Wolfpack today? Who is better behaved, the YouTubes or the Twitchies? And then I'll say, Ed, you know what? It was alright today. They were alright. They spammed sound alerts a bit too much and stickers were getting annoying. But other than that, they asked good questions. They only talked about dicks for 15 minutes. We got raided. And then, you know, we send each other pics. He sings me to sleep down the phone and then, you know, rinse, repeat. But that's private. You guys don't get to know about that. My toxic trait is thinking that if I met a celebrity, they would think I'm cool and be friends with me, when in reality I'd just be the weird fan asking Ed to sign my belly. Ace Spidge, do you know what? That in and of itself, that self-awareness, is quite a likeable characteristic. And I'm sure Ed would appreciate that. Because in reality, Ed probably deals with a million fans who don't think that way. They still think in their head that Ed would love them and that they're going to be best friends. And then when they meet Ed and he's suddenly like, no, I don't want to adopt you. They get a bit upset about it, you know? At least you've got the self-awareness to know. Ed would probably respect that. I think he'd appreciate that. Sometimes Ed phones me, guys, and I have to tell him I'm busy streaming. I have to say, no, Ed, sorry, I'll talk to you later. But he's pretty cool with that. He's pretty cool with that. So welcome back. Romkin, what's up, dude? So, about getting millered. How are you at Souls like? Mullard. Romkin. M-U. It's not like a, yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. Like the football player, Thomas Miller. You guys know him? How are you at Souls likes? I like Souls likes, Romkin, yeah. I like the Dark Souls games. Thomas Miller, that's the one. Did I hear Souls? Bark Trolls. Right, honestly, guys. Oh! Wait, hold on. Hold that thought. Digivolution. I was just about to move on from my training spot. I was just about to move on, guys. We have YouTube Digivolve into Red Digimon. Okay, wonderful. Hold. Red Digimon is Digivolved way ahead of Digimon. Oh, exciting. So, YouTube off the ripper on 8. Here's me talking about how they're going to Digivolve at the same time, and here we are. YouTube, what's up, dude? Okay, age 4. Let's have a look at some of these stats. You'll see that based on what we were doing recently in our last fight compared to what he has now. Stats aren't super different. We have Red Digimon, very exciting. Okay, nice. Vimon's still hanging out here. Dude, are we going to end up with 2 Red Digimons? Vimon had the option to go into Birdramon, this guy, Yokomon, or someone else. I think it was Meramon, was it? Or no, Vimon has Meramon as an option. There you go. He's gained a significant amount of... In fact, no, he's just stronger. Okay, cool. Well, that is that guy. We know Vimon's going to be hot on his tails, though. Maybe this is a good opportunity for us to quickly have a little peek. Of course, YouTube went red. I never even thought about that. Nice. To the city we go, guys. To the city we go. Right. Vimon is going to be at the tail end of this. I really did think they were going to go at the same time, but I guess I was wrong. There's a slight discrepancy still. Actually, do you know what? One of them... Vimon was sick for a short spell I wonder if that has affected the Digivolution timings. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run up here. Actually, I tell a lie. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to evolve this, whatever it is. Oh god, where is it? What was it we were evolving, guys? Was it the Colosseum? Something was on to build. What was it? I'm going to quickly check this. Oh no, the warehouse. 6 minutes left. Okay, so we're chilling. Let's go to the dojo really quickly and I'm going to have a quick peek at some stuff. First of all, I want to make sure that Vmon does not digivolve into the same Digimon. I don't think that's possible, is it? No, but we have Vdramon. Gold Vdramon. Or X-Vmon. We've got so many options here, right? We might end up with the V-Bros. Okay, what we're going to do now is, let's put this to the test. This is actually a great opportunity to see if things are going to play out like I thought. Where are you taking me? Is it Fully Ex Machina? Absolute Zero. Oh, not bad. Fully Ex Machina is right next to Absolute Zero, so not a bad place to go, but we want to go directly to the hinterland area in Fully X. And I'm going to show you guys a cool fight here. YouTube is red, fitting, yeah. Right, these Wargroundmon are strong, guys, but they're not the Wargroundmon we want to fight first. I'm going to run directly past these guys. And then we're going to fight the Wargroundmon on the other side of this fence. We're going to see what he gives us. Let's see if the fact that we now have a champion and a rookie changes how this guy interacts with us. Let's see how it works. I can't remember if normally I fight other people before this guy or not. I'm trying to remember. Did we go to Snow Agumon before or after this gentleman? I genuinely can't remember. Right, Red Vmon has probably got access to better moves, which I should theoretically equip if I want to be sensible. Let's see if we can't see some action here. Red Vdramon, is that his name? Red Vdramon? I'm going to make sure I don't call him but the wrong name 500 times. That's something we need to think about. I do think that Vmon will be digivolving very shortly after this guy. There's only going to be a couple of hours of difference. Maybe like 2 or 3. Now, if we were to train and do 10 battles, that could draw out very, very long. Whereas in reality, I want Vmon to be able to catch up quickly. I just wanted to see, off the bat, if we could potentially see good stats on both of these Digimon while training. That move really sucks. And it's also got a stun attached to it as well. This guy's very, very powerful, so if it takes you a while to beat him, don't feel sad. You want to make sure, the main move you want to block against this guy is when he does the ball that pulses out of him. Not the little small ball, I mean the big ball, you'll see just now. That attack there, not a big deal, we can let that roll. This one, no, that's not it, that's fine, that's the little one. That does have a stun attached to it, which is a bit annoying, but you don't want him to do the big move. See that? Never let that hit you. We're going to double defend because it's actually got a huge radius. And then we're going to heal. You see how that hit both of our Digimon? Crazy range on that move. You don't think it's going to hit the other guy, and then it does. Right, double limit break, let's see. You have a 50% chance to get Vdramon? Yeah. This Wargroundmon is pathetic. He's actually quite tanky. It's taken us a while. We've double limit breaked him twice. Now you get gold Vdramon, it's possible. That Vdramon's in trouble. I'm going to have to heal him here because he's about to tank that damage. Only took 900 though, that's not bad. This Wargroundmon is strong, but we are going to get much stronger. And we're going to have to commit to it. At this point, you could have moved on to this guy sooner. But again, if you're beating Waru Seedramon, if you have access to Waru Seedramon and he's giving you good stats, just keep fighting him until he stops. You don't have to come here if you don't want to. The main reason I've came here is to show you guys that this spot is available. And also to show you that he's beatable. But as you can see, it's taken me quite a lot. It's taken me a decent amount of time to beat this guy. So we'd have to get a lot stronger to make this a fast training spot. But as long as you guys have the time, then you'll be okay here. In fact, it'll become faster and faster as the fights go on. So just bear that in mind. Not every fight's going to be 3 minutes long like this one is. Okay. He is very, very, very tanky. We should get one more limit break to finish him off though. So this is combined limit break number 4, I think. I think we've hit him 4 times, maybe 3. The attack is meh. Another thing I could do as well is upgrade my Digimon's moves. Alright, let's see. So yeah, perfect. So obviously Vmon definitely gets big stats here because he is only a rookie and this guy's an ultimate. So there's like 2 stages of Digimon difference. However, obviously, Red Digimon over on the right has only one difference, but he's still getting max stats, so you can kind of tell how the fights go and how difficult the enemies are and how they're going to be, guys. I think at this point it would be ridiculous to not quickly add some new moves onto my Digimon. I'm going to do that right now. Let's go ahead and praise Twitch and YouTube together. Maybe Vmon or maybe Red Digimon will give us some information here. Mega Cabaterimon. Mega Cabaterimon. We get 2 Mega Cabaterimon things and War Growlmon. Oh my god, War Growlmon would be so sick. Could we do Gallantmon? Oh my god, we could do Gallantmon. Oh, please. Oh, that would be excellent. Right, I'll tell you what we're going to do here. We got some information here. That would be so... Maybe we could do Gallantmon. I'd love that. Would that be too boring, guys? Would that be too samey-samey? I know that's kind of like main characters. I love Gallantmon, I'm going to be honest. But we'll see how it goes. War Growlmon into Gallantmon, right? Right, we're going to use our tent here, and I'm going to put Vmon... I'm going to let Vmon rest here. Vmon looks so cute in this game. He looks like a little old man. He looks like a little sleepy old man when he closes his eyes, watch. Is he going to do it? No. Maybe not. We're going to rest an hour here, which is going to reset the War Growlmon. The War Growlmon, excuse me. Can't speak too many words today, I'm sorry, guys. Do we get... I don't know if we evolve now or later. Looks like we evolve later. It would have immediately happened there. So that's an hour past. We're going to feed the lads. We're going to take this fight again. Let's go. Jijimon is still getting nice stats. He is, yeah, he's getting really good stats. It's awesome. I wasn't paying attention and tanked that full on in the face. I forgot to change the moves as well. I said I was going to do that and then didn't do it. I'm going to do that right now, guys. I promise. Red Digimon A, not going to lie, I was expecting Birdramon. I was also expecting Birdramon, yeah. I always assumed, and it shows you again how, even though you can play this game a lot, you still get things confused sometimes, guys. When I was first starting Next Order, I assumed that if there was all of the Digivolution options available, let's say you had all the stats for all 4 options, if you just left it up to RNG, I always assumed it would pick the quote-unquote canon choice, or maybe even the strongest option. I would assume that Birdramon is considered more exciting than Yokomon, for example, if Yokomon was an option. I don't know if it was, I can't remember. Was that was Red, that was Biyomon, yeah? But I don't know. I genuinely do not know how the game solves that dilemma. I don't know if it's RNG, I don't know if it's consistent, I don't know if it's fixed, I have no idea. It could be to do with what your highest stat is, you know? If your highest stat is speed, maybe it morphs you into Birdramon. If your highest stat is attack, maybe it puts you into Red Digimon. I don't know, guys. I don't know what determines it. It could be total RNG. It could be a roll of the dice. It could be something else. I like to imagine it's a roll of the dice, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of that. Somebody actually made the call in the chat earlier today and said that they thought we would get Red Digimon, and we did, so maybe that's not a coincidence. That was a terrible time in here. It'd be funny as fuck if Twitch did evolved into regular Digimon. It's very possible. The blue and red. That would be hilarious. Knowing Twitch, we will set out plans for them to turn into, you know, blue Digimon. And then they'll end up digivolving into Merimon because they're edgelords. I know what you guys are like. I know what you guys are like. I don't think I can rely on you guys to make a pattern. I'm going to double block here, and I'm going to give a little medium recovery to this guy. And then I'm going to push X as soon as I can, and we're going to double limit break here. Right this second. I might even be able to tank that attack that lands. Let's drink the coffee, guys, and have a sip here today. Vidra bros. I wouldn't hate it, guys. Ultimately, the Digimon that we're going to have the longest is our Megas, so whatever the Megas are, as long as they're cool. Everything else in between, not a problem. That's why I always say don't get hung up on this shit. Especially early on in the game. You see how easy it is for us to pick whatever we want now. Obviously, we looked very briefly at Red Digimon's ultimate options, right? And you can see that straight away some ultimate options are there. Some of them are not. The reason Red Digimon is missing some options in the dojo, you know how it didn't say like 4 options of fixed or 3 options of fixed like Digivolution for ultimate? it said like one was high, one was medium, and then two were low, I think. The reason it's like that is because we need to get other things up, like our victories. We need to get our bonds back up. Once we increase those, we'll hit more requirements, and all the ultimates will be available. There might be an instance where some of Red Vigimon's ultimates are maybe they require like low discipline. Maybe our weight's too high. It could be any number of things. Red Vigimon's weight is actually 28, so I would assume that has to be higher. Now that he's Digivolved, 28 is quite low. I would assume that when his weight goes up, that will be another condition we hit, but again, I don't know. It really does depend on what Digimon we're going to be going for. I'm going to grab these 2 resource points here. There's Mithril and Faulty X through the wall there that I'm kind of thinking about grabbing, but it's a bit of a ball ache. The War Greymon through this area are also a little bit harder than this one, and this one's giving us max stats, so there's no reason why we would go anywhere else than this guy. Plus, he's a really easy reset, and when you're training, that's the best thing. Like, the fact I can go through that loading screen, hit this guy, and then repeat the fight is very, very important. That's a double attack. We don't want to get hit by that. I don't know if GV can Digivolve again, though. It says Ali. GV, what are we talking about here? Gold Digimon. Do you think Gold Digimon has like a... Can somebody Google that, actually? Can somebody have a look and tell me if Gold Digimon has a locked... I could check it out myself, to be honest. That's something we need to know, guys. Is there a weird mechanic where Gold Digimon doesn't Digivolve? Is that actually a mechanic? I would love for that to be confirmed, potentially. Vmon is a bit overweight. Skyfire from, you can't say that about my Vmon. I'm gonna call it Gold Digimon, sorry. Do I keep calling these guys by the wrong names? I've got a habit of doing that when I'm focused on other things, sorry. If I say the Digimon's name wrong the first time, it locks it in my brain. It can evolve. Can it evolve? Can Digivolve? I don't know all of them, but I know my goat Omni Shoutmon is an option. When Vidro... Okay, here's the next question, guys. Can somebody look into the next tab of Grindosaur and tell me when Gold Digimon... Or is it Gold Vmon? What's his name? Yeah, it is Gold Digimon. I googled and see 3 options for Gold Digimon. Can Gold Digimon... His ultimates can go into Megas as well, guys. There's no like weird cuck mechanic where like they stop evolving or something, is there? Gold V has Megas. He has ultimates and Megas, is that right? Thank you, Ace. Appreciate you. Thanks, mate. Everybody's saying yes. It's okay. It's okay. Just confirming, guys. I know there are sometimes weird mechanics in these games where some Digimon just don't evolve for whatever reason, because it's like the gimmick or something, I don't know. Dean DeFreak Smith. Hello, Dean Smith. Still have my Gen 5 Chaos Gallantmon and Kentaurousmon, and have the final battle. Don't think I'm prepared enough. Tried Devimon fight and was just getting destroyed, yeah. I mean, honestly, Dean, sometimes the little... like, if you can't win the fights before the main fight, that obviously it's typically like a scale of difficulty, right? If you're losing the baby fights on the way in, did you manage to... I'm trying not to spoil. Whereabouts are you in the final fight, Dean? The reality is, mate, if you're... You can take things to help you, Dean. It might be enough to get you through. If you're absolutely at your wit's end with Next Order and you just want it finished and you don't care anymore, make sure you buy plenty of health recoveries. You can also buy little boosters for the fights as well to help you out. See these utility plugins here? See where my head is? I'm trying to show you guys. See this item here, the utility plugin? This thing? If you buy those, they boost your attack and defense above the stat cap. So that can be a really good idea to give yourself a little help in some of the tougher fights. You can check those out. If you have 2 Megas and you haven't already been able to EXE, definitely consider trying to get your bonds up to allow for an EXE Digivolution, because sometimes that can carry you through as well. But if you've already EXE'd one day, you won't be able to do it in the next fight. I guess what I'm saying is just be careful how you use your EXE, because if you use it too much, you might end up not being able to use it on the important fight. So hopefully that helps, Dean. But I know it might not, mate. This game is quite tough. So that's why we're kind of going crazy right now and trying to get as strong as possible. I know that some of these challenges coming up. What's really funny is, see, for the next part of the game, guys, we are going to be very, very, very strong. Even if we were to take our Digimon right now, we could probably we could kick the shit out of most of the next part of the story. But we also want to make sure that not only can we beat the next part of the story, but we need to be able to beat the fights after that. Especially when we start to go into the Cauldron. Are these guys going to be our final megas of the playthrough? I don't think so. So how strong we make them, you know, it's not really the end of the world. Yeah. I've restocked because I saved before the fight, but yeah, using the EXE too early was the problem. Dean, don't feel bad about it, mate. It's an easy mistake to make. You naturally just want to get as far as you can with what you have, because you don't know when your Digimon are going to die as well, right? So you don't want to like not use EXE and then fail a fight that you could have maybe progressed past. And also the first time you play, you don't know, maybe you beat a fight and then that guy gives you a new perk in the city, which is useful, you know? You don't know. So I can understand, but even if you were to do another round of training, Dean, if you start your babies, if you go back to Rookie and then follow the kind of training methods, either from my guides on YouTube or even just watch back this episode and see exactly what we've done today, you'll be able to get strong enough, no problem. What's your stats looking like, Dean, right now? What's your like strength, stamina, blah blah blah? Are you like 3k, 4k, 5k? Like how's your strength levels looking? Do you like the Ascentier song in game? I do, Sky, but it's copyrighted on YouTube and causes me a lot of headaches, so I've got a bit of a toxic relationship with it. Do I think the song is catchy and good? Yeah, but does it kill me inside every time I hear it? Yes. I got a copyright claim for it today, actually, and I had to fix it, which, you know, when you're setting up for the day, guys, and something doesn't go well, you just feel a bit agitated. I was like, It just openly tells you on the claim that it's been claimed by the people who own the song, and I'm like, mate, go away, you stinky shitheads. This isn't very power of friendship of you. This is the opposite of freedom and belief in friendship. This is stealing my money. This is stealing my ad revenue, you fucking dicks. And laughing in my face while doing it. Check the moves. Oh, Poison, thank you. Good idea. Poison, are you legendary digitized as Poison, or are you a different Poison? If you're not, that question will make no sense. Are you Legendary's brother? Or are you a different Poison? I think they're around 3 to 3.5. Okay. Honestly, Dean, not bad. But, like, it'll be a lot easier. If you feel like you've got it in you, Dean, to do another round of training from Rookie level, you can easily get OP. You can go way up past 3k. Just doing what I'm doing today. But it's up to you, mate, obviously. It might not be what you want to hear if you're tired. Next Order can be a very grindy game. But you'll be able to run it back. And honest to God, mate, see when you get like just an extra 2k moves, you already know that's like a 40% power increase, right? If you can get your strength levels up to like 5-6k, some of the fights will be much easier. It's always better to be too strong and like, in my opinion, it's better to be too strong and cruise through the fights than to struggle every single time. There's some of these, like what's funny is when you go into one fight in the final dungeon, you can beat it and feel okay. You go into the next fight and it gets really hard, and then you realise you've got another like 3 boss fights ahead of you that all get progressively harder. If you can't beat, let's say you can't beat boss fight 2 in the dungeon, there's no way you're going to beat boss fight 6. Do you know what I mean? I say boss fight loosely, I mean like the encounters in front of you to get through the dungeon. There's a lot of fights there. They start off okay and then they get really crazy, so just bear that in mind, guys. I don't want you to get baited. Tamer level upgrade, awesome. If he doesn't digivolve by the time we get to the dojo, I think he's going to digivolve once we get in there and we train for an hour. I really thought these guys were going to be perfectly synced up, and I'm surprised that they're not. Again, it's not the end of the world by any means. We're just wasting a little bit of time. What we could do, technically, is plough these fields while we're waiting. That's probably a good thing to do. Let's go ahead and do it. Maybe we see some Digivolutions after this, or maybe in the next hour after we rest. Tired Vmon, yep. So let's go over to the dojo. Gonna rest up for an hour and get our fatigue back. That's 2 hours, got an extra 2 hours gone. And there's the Digivolution. Perfect. Okay. Maybe like a 3-4 hour gap, guys, tops. About what we expected when these two passed away. Very interesting to see that even though they went to sleep at the same time, they haven't actually synced up. It's indeed Gold Digimon, guys. Congratulations, Twitch chat. You have evolved. We've got the Gold Bro and the Red Bro. I guess it's the Kappa Gold. Alright, nice. Alright, guys. Well done, well done. Here we are. Unusual. I have never, ever, like... These two guys, obviously he's had to match each other, right, with a double Digimon line. Okay, cool, there's a lot of things going on here. First of all, let's take a peek with Leomon. I'm going to show the progress chart, Leomon, please. So, as it stands, YouTube, who is Digimon Red Digimon, has access to 3 options, and it looks like, yeah, Gold Digimon has access to 3 options too. So, a couple of things to note. War Growlmon is an option. We've already trained a bit with Red Digimon, and so we've got some options available. Mega Caboterion, very cool, of course. And Aguinimon, I believe that's how you say this guy's name. Very cool Fire Digimon as well. Honestly, we're very pleased with all 3 of these. Ideally, I would like to go War Growlmon, but if we don't get it, I'm not upset. You can see that as it stands, we are guaranteed to go into Mega Caboterion when this guy digivolves, which is nice. War Growlmon, we need 2 more requirements, whether that's Discipline, Bonds, weight, victories, only time will tell, but I'm sure we'll get this no problem. If we want to give ourselves a better chance, guys, what we could do is just lock these off if we wanted to. But I'm not going to do that, because some of you guys will be Mega Caboterion fans, some of you guys will be fans of this guy. So, you know, I'm not going to shoehorn us, but the same goes over here. You can see that this guy has 3 options. He's got Rapidmon Gold, he's got 2 other options as well. And as it stands, he currently has the requirements to go into Ultimate with Rapidmon Gold. I am unsure if Rapidmon Gold has a Mega Evolution in this game. Again, we talked about this earlier. Can somebody just please confirm that for me? Just at me and double check that, guys. I'm pretty sure he does, but if he doesn't, please let me know. I know there are weird things in this game where that might be the case. But I know some people already told me earlier, and I just want to triple check that. Rapidmon Gold can Digivolve. Does he only have one... Are we doubly sure about this, guys? Ryan thinks he goes into Magnamon. Is that guaranteed? Or is that just based on, like... We want to triple check that, guys. We don't want to end up in a situation where Rapidmon can't Digivolve. Goes into 3 cool Megas. Perfect. Okay, fantastic. You guys are all 100% sure? I trust you guys. Right, what we can do now is we're going to save our game. Over our Biomon save file, we got our 2 new champions. Champions are going to be around for a few more days. They're only age 4 at the moment, so they're very young, which gives us plenty of time to do as much training as we want. Literally as much training as we want. So, both the Digimon, it looks like Twitch is a little bit heavier than YouTube. Maybe YouTube because YouTube was sick, I don't know. Or maybe it's just because he's evolved, I don't know. But we've got Holy and Fire as our elements. Now we can finally change our attack skills around. When we have access to this, this is normally the point of the game where I would spend points on 3rd order. And I'm going to get another slot available, so check this. Now if I go into my partner's attack skills, what I can do is I'll set the first move to be Holy Breath. And then I'll put on Light Soul, nice and cheap. And then I'll put on Flash. So now we have a buff move that does no damage but buffs. Bathes enemies in golden heat rays, increases speed. Oh no, that's his high tension ability. That's not what this does. I don't know what this does yet. We'll find out soon enough. Maybe they both buff damage, I don't know. Over here, with YouTube, we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be putting on Muscle Charge. And then we're going to put on Heat Breath and Firewall. And that'll do. Are these moves particularly insane, guys? Do we care about this stuff? Not really. It doesn't really matter. Gold Rapidmon can Digivolve to Mega, but 1 Digimon is locked. 1 Digivolution is locked. That's okay, Harris. Multimum says you could get Burning Hearts for YouTube, Birdramon, Logic Volcano. Okay, perfect. Multimum, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Yeah, you were way ahead of me there. Thank you. Okay, sweet. I think we're fine. I'll show you guys a cool trick that we can do right now. Show you a cool trick. In terms of stats and how these guys look compared to each other, if you care about that kind of stuff. Twitch is currently... Boop, I'll jump over here. Twitch currently has 15, almost 1600 HP. YouTube has a little bit less, so Twitch has actually overtaken YouTube. Despite being born second, despite being born without the Skullgreymon buff, Twitch is actually taken back over as the tankiest of the two, which is interesting. He also has more MP, and he pretty much has everything else. Twitch, you have a little bit more of everything now. You've usurped the throne, which is grand. Okay, cool. Twitch is the little brother, YouTube is the big brother. Both of them, very weird to have two of the same Digimon. I'll show you guys a cool trick that we can do to maybe give ourselves a better chance moving forward, guys. After we upgrade our warehouse here, we're going to take full advantage of one of our new perks that we have access to. I think I've already grabbed my resources, have I, from the meat fields, I think. Long recording today, we need to kind of be careful with this, guys. I don't want to go on for too long here. Show you guys this. We'll grab this. Fantastic. You don't have to grab that if you don't want to. At this point, it's a bit redundant, but every little helps, in my opinion. We're going to store stuff that we don't need in here, which would be all of this. I mean, I'm probably just going to sell all this, to be honest. I'll definitely stash these, stash that. Everything else is fine. I've got a million file sodas. What in the fuck? Let's put all of this in, because I might use that for cooking later. Why not, guys? Why not? You never know when we might need these things. Defense plug-in S is a troll item to hold. That's just taking up backpack space. But honestly, our backpack room is fine at this point. Portable potties. We've only got 2 of these left. I need to maybe restock those. Let's go grab our free one from Numamon. And then I'm actually going to take something out of the bank, which was the Bomber Nanimon Digivolution Stones from earlier. Check this out. I'm going to use some stuff. Check this out. So if I go... How many did we get? If I just sort this, actually. Yes, these. Reliquites. I've got 5 of these. Let's just go ahead and take these. Instantly Digivolves a Riki to Bomber Nanimon. I don't give a single hoot about Bomber Nanimon. So what I'm going to do is... do you know what? I'll tell you what. To make this even and give you guys equal chances, we'll dip into here as well. This is the wrong shop. Don't just ignore me. Hold on. Hold. Back into here. We'll fix the tent while we're in the area. Why not? I'm going to spend a little bit of money. And I'm going to buy another Digivolution Stone here. That's the wrong guy. Please tell me it's you. Am I going to look like a fucking... Okay, thank God. Yeah, Cabaterimon. Let's go ahead and buy 1. Right? So now we've got an even number. We can do 3 and 3. If you have no idea what I mean, just... I'll show you. Right, now that we have recruited Antlemon from the Rose Palace, this guy was in the Aguina Wastelands. Remember we gave him the pillow? Antlemon is the master of knowledge. I shall impart upon you my wisdom, lost as you are. Now, if you guys are using Google to figure out your stat requirements for Mega or any of your other Digivolutions, this guy doesn't matter. But see if you're trying to play this game a bit natural without looking or peeking, this is something you can do. YouTube, you came first, so let's go ahead and hang out with you for a bit. YouTube. Present an offering unto me. Without it, there shall be no light upon your Digivolution. Let's go ahead and give him the Cabaterimon Digivolution thing. See what this gives us, guys. Mega Cabaterimon's Digivolution info stamina. So we're getting Digivolution info for Mega Cabaterimon. Cool, sure. Let's go ahead and do YouTube again. I'm going to give him this. And then I'm going to do once more with him. Gwinimon's Digivolution info victories. There you go. This is quite helpful. And then 1 more with YouTube. And then we're going to do 3 with Twitch as well. Theoretically, you could stand here all day, guys. Just be careful that sometimes I think he can actually give you the same info twice, which kind of sucks. If you don't know what this is doing, basically it's just giving us access to all of our information that would be required for Mega. Gives us a better chance to see what we actually need. And you don't have to do this if you don't want to, but yeah. It helps. Wait, Aguinimon, but he's a champion. I think he's considered ultimate in this game, is he not? Is Aguinimon not an ultimate, guys? I don't know. I don't know what the lore is. Alright. And that's Rapidmon. Okay, so now when we look at Leomon here, we can now see that we have some extra information here. So, for example, we now know that Mega Cabaterimon, for example, needs victories. Now, unfortunately, we already have all the requirements for him, so it's not much of a big deal. But we can also see that this guy also needs 30 victories. So if we get more fights, this will now light up whenever we check to show whether we've got this condition, which is really good. Victory is actually one of the best things to get, because sometimes victories are required and sometimes they're not. Victory is probably the hardest thing to track in the game because you can't visually see how many you've done. So having this access, having this available is really good, because once we hit it and get 30, we win 30 fights, this will actually go green, and it means that we've ticked the box, which is really cool. So yeah, over here we've got lots of information about Rapidmon. We can actually see lots of stuff. Look, obviously at this point we don't really want any more information about Rapidmon. We would much rather find out about this mystery Digimon or Mega Jijimon, who is an option. Okay, very cool. Yeah, I keep forgetting these guys are going Ultimate and Mega. Yeah, so Mega Jijimon also an option, very cool. Some of you guys will have known that, some of you guys won't. We don't know who the mystery Digimon is yet. Pretty cool options. Don't hate these. Okay, cool. Right, back to training. We could obviously spend more money to get more information, but we're going to get it through training anyway. In fact, I'll tell you what we will do really quickly is we'll just take a quick spot of gym training here to get some time advanced, because if we don't do this, we're actually going to be as champion for another 4 days in game, which is going to knacker us out. Let's go ahead and do some MP training here and take this up a little notch. The reason I like MP training is because we're about to use some of our more powerful moves, and that costs a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and I'm going to step outside and seeing if we can prime the bonus. I don't know if it's actually due. Let's do another MP training session here. Basically, if you put more MP on your Digimon, you have a bigger gas tank before you have to start throwing MP recoveries. This is actually really nice because it's taken us into 9 PM. Look at that. This is worth noting. And another good reason why it was nice to test this in the dojo where we have focus. We know that these guys now go to sleep at 9 PM. Which is not, you know, super crucial information, but it's good to know. Both daytime Digimon, so they're probably going to wake up really early, about 6. It's really weird seeing both their animations happen at the exact same time. Okay, cool. So, let's feed them. Double meat. We still don't know if we want to get these guys... We don't know if we want to up their weight or lower the weight. We don't know if we want to up their discipline or lower the discipline. I would assume we have to get their discipline up. Obviously, we could use the restaurant to our advantage to get that. We also want to raise their bonds as well. Still not getting a buff from this. I would assume that has to happen very soon, though. Let's go ahead and take their HP over 16,000 here. 1 training session, guys. And if you think that I'm wasting time training, you're kind of right, but also these guys are going to be alive for a long time. So actually doing this is quite nice, because it actually kind of like spreads up the... It kind of spreads out the grind a little bit. Stops us from wasting a lot of time. Okay, so realistically, the only place we want to go next is back to Machine War... Dude, War Growlmon is his name. At this point, we only really want to go back to War Growlmon and keep fighting. But the question is, how long are we going to be there for? And I think the realistic answer is that we're going to be there for a while. Ideally, I would have loved to have gotten these guys back up to Ultimate today in one session of streaming, but I just think that these guys are going to be alive for so long before they get to Ultimate, and then they'll be alive even longer before they get to Mega. We can take a couple of fights, though, for sure. Do we have enough HP items before I travel here? Yeah. Oh, more than enough. Right, let's see if BMon has some autopilots for me. Perfect. Any chance you're going somewhere I need to go? Probably not. Oh, fully Ex Machina, perfect. Sick. He's not exactly going to dump us exactly where we want to go, and honestly, this is a bit of a fool's mistake. I'll tell you what, let's see how fucking strong we are, guys. Come at me, bitch. Level 35, King Hagurumon. Here's a good way to get our bonus. You better earn it, lads. Alright, let's go. This guy has some mechanical moves, and he has some holy moves. There's our first buff. There's actually a perk we can take to further strengthen those buffs, and I might look at that very soon. This guy has rushed us so many times we've come in here. We're finally fighting him. That move there, guys, is really scary. See that big pulsating move? You don't want to get hit by that. That's the same move we saw War Growlmon use. Pretty powerful. Alright, first double limit break. Twitch and YouTube, take it away, boys. I always used to assume that this guy had another move that I really wanted, but I don't think he gives me what it is. I used to think this guy taught me the best holy move. Somebody online told me that once. Somebody said if you fight this guy, he'll give you the best holy move in the game. I don't think it's actually true. If he does use it, I've not seen it very often. And I'm very skeptical at this point. He has very, very strong moves, admittedly. Not Hagurumon. Big Solarmon. He is Hagurumon, yeah. He looks like a Solarmon, but his name in the game is Hagurumon. I don't know if that's an error. He's supposed to be a Solarmon, I guess, but his name is Hagurumon. He is not Hagurumon. He is not. He's an imposter. No warning sign, he's cooked. Oh yeah, for sure. He's donezo. Fraud. He's got some face paint on, guys. He just wanted to be a Hagurumon. Alright, that's him donezo. Keep stretching my neck today, my neck's all stiff. We get a stamina mini chip and we get 10,000 bits, 200 tamer XP, and a bunch of stats. Actually, not that bad. Decent. And we get our finally we get our boost. Obviously, this is what we want, guys. We want as much information as possible, and we want to get our bonds up. Mega Siegmon, HP, War Growlmon, key points, perfect. So the cool thing about the key points for War Growlmon and being able to see that now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 7. Because he's a Mega, he needs 7. I mean, that's not a huge reveal, but now we can kind of count the stuff that we need. Handy, I guess. Just another clue. Alright, let's keep going. Obviously, we could talk to some of these other Digimon here if we wanted to. I still think at this point in time, Metal Mamimon won't actually talk to us. I've just literally walked past the only bathroom in this entire area, so that is Giga Troll, lads. Giga, I'm not going back. You're going to have to hold it. You're going to have to squeeze together and hold it. There's not really a point in this fighting Guardsmon. There is, I mean, wow. Let's have a look at this. Attack skills YouTube. What can you do, mate? Oh no, not quite. Only level 5. You can do fire moves up to level 5. This, see that Metal Greymon Blue guy? See that big boy? Very scary Digimon. Don't want to fight him right now. He has a really, really, really powerful fire move. One of the best in the game. And is extremely useful. Let's go ahead and use... Is there a toilet in the area we're heading to? Part of me feels like there is, but then a part of me's like, no, there's not. I'm not going to accidentally autopilot this time. I did genuinely forget to... I genuinely forgot to pack more porta potties like I said I was gonna. Oops. Alright, luckily the lads are happy. That Metal Garurumon over there, guys, is a city recruit. He will talk to you eventually, but I think it's when you get your lab upgraded, or your prosperity needs to be higher. We could try chatting to him, let's see what he says. Maybe he'll talk to us. Metal Garurumon is here, but it's not responding. It's like there's no soul. Mate, being ginger, I know what that's like. Okay, Jesse, did you really buy the phone? You crazy mother? Alright, War Gremon level 36, let's see. Tell you what, Agwinimon is an ultimate in this game because he doesn't have Burning Greymon to digivolve into. Guys, I have no idea. I don't know how they explain the lore, but we need to do some fights. I get wanting to bargain, but some of these people trying to negotiate can be ridiculous. Selling stuff is such a pain with everybody trying to lowball you. Well, that's what Blue Crew was doing the other day. This guy does that move. You see that, guys? That's one of the benefits of fighting against this War Gremon. See that move there? That's delete program, I think. You see how much damage we're doing now that we're in Ultimate and that we have our stronger moves. This guy's stronger than the other one. But he should still give us max stats regardless. Let's see if that's the case. V-Nova Blast and V-Nova Blast, alright. Does a total of 3,940. That's worth considering. 3940. We'll see how much damage our double limit break does in 10 fights time, 20 fights time. I'm not going to do all those today, but I'm just giving you guys food for thought to look ahead. There's a War Greymon and Logic Volcano with the same dialogue as the Metal Garurumon. Are they part of the same quest? Yeah, they are connected, yeah. I mean, War Greymon and Metal Garurumon are like Gen 1 classics, right? They're kind of like Starcross lovers. Kind of, not really. You know what I mean. They're connected, yeah. Makes sense, right? Like peas in a pod. Yes, yes, yes. I'm pretty sure Metal Garurumon is to do with a lab. But I'm not 100%. Jimmy, thank you for the resub. What's up, dude? Jimmy, thank you. Good timing. Alrighty, excellent, excellent, excellent. So we do actually get big HP here, we get big MP and a ton of stats across the board. We can basically stay here, guys, for a while until this. We've probably got up to like 4 and a bit K stats, and then see after this guy stops paying us out that sweet, sweet power spike, we can move on. Maybe we get some of his moves. Just kidding. I think we just wait here for the double limit break. We need to wrap this up, guys. We can't let this go on for too much longer. My recording's already absolutely beefy. It didn't help that we spent today talking for about 10 hours. I love her so much. We dragged her into Monster Hunter. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Right, guys, this is probably a good place for us to wrap this up. We're taking our Digimon into some really, really, really strong territories. This is the strongest our Digimon have been in this playthrough so far. And they're only going to get stronger. Today has been a really, really, really weird episode because obviously we've spent a lot of time training, grinding, talking, and I don't know how well that's going to transition onto YouTube. Obviously, I will try and thin the VOD out to keep it as smooth as possible, but this will have been, technically, it will have been like a grind episode, which is a bit bizarre. If you guys have enjoyed this episode on YouTube today, guys, definitely let me know. Give me a thumbs up on the video if you've made it this far, and tell me what you think. My plan with these two moving forward, guys, is when we start our next step, we will be doing a little bit more training. We don't have to really go that hard. We theoretically could take these guys into the main story and do some more moving the plot forward. I think that's actually maybe what we can do. Our Digimon are very strong. Despite the fact that they're only champion, our stats now are so crazy that we could probably theoretically go into the next part of the story and make a bit of progress, which will then open more areas in the game and allow us to access even more Digimon than we currently have access to. So maybe that's our plan for the next episode, and definitely something to look forward to. I like when my champions, my ultimates, and my megas turn into Digimon that I don't expect or I don't normally go for. You know, you get that fresh perspective of seeing some new Digimon, and sometimes it's nice to see megas later on down the line that you haven't had, and the only way you can get to that is by having different champions. So yeah, it's pretty cool so far, and I'm excited to play next time. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you didn't mind. Like I said, let me know your thoughts. Let me know any discussions you had about any other topics today if you saw those, and I will see you in the next part of the playthrough. Much love and goodbye. Peace.